Yo, what's up, Super Saiyan?
You have my thanks.
Just went live 55 seconds ago. Back for round 2.
I need help.
You found a power key. Go slot it!
What are you saying? Still playing, You still playing Breakers? What are you playing right now?
An ally needs your help! We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Oh, okay. I don't know if anyone's saying this.
You're a big help.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercising
I'm gonna
flying
hit the
discretion if you're going to help them.
He must be underwater, maybe.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Damn, literally deep.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Welcome. Close. Thank you. Close.
This is deep.
Flying Nimbus!
was gonna go set the key, bro. Kasete.
Kakarot. Kakarot.
Might take off the rocket and put on the bike. Yo, Super Saiyan, you said you have the bike? Bike was good in season 2.
You're good to go!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
I don't have Insta Rise yet.
Get
I
on
think
it.
that's Instant Descent.
The startup system is under attack.
Or a
Stop
Star
it
Dragon
if you
though.
can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. I'll send some supplies to help.
Holy
Make
hell.
good use of them. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Hang in there! Thanks a lot. Give me a ride!
Oh, man. Holy hell. That's it! Who wants to die?
You've got all 7 dragons
try.
Intend to rescue them. Watch out for enemies. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more suffering.
Yo, what's up, Mac? Came online.
That's a bit much.
Take on.
First match of the night. What's up with you?
Crap.
Trouble. Got him a sword. Sometimes YouTube screws it up. I don't know. Maybe you have to turn the bell off and then turn it back on, the notification thing. I think I have 2 more matches into my radar.
some of the other debuts we've seen be done before, which at the same time, very similar to when Granola had first made his wish in becoming the strongest, it looks as though there is somewhat of a rapid aging process that goes into this wish having to be made, because not only is Gas much bigger than how he was before, but he also visibly looks much older than how he was before as well. As even then with Gas shown having to
Hopefully
stare everyone down very intensely with malice intent, nobody on the opposing side can seem to believe as to what had happened. Monaito, Goku, Granola, as even Granola went on to then comment, is that really you, Gas? I feared as much, Monaito says. They must have used the Dragon Balls. What? Vegeta asks. There are Dragon Balls on this planet? Yes, Granola responds. I used them to become the strongest in the universe. That explains it, Goku responds. But by that point, nothing else mattered to begin with, because Gas was the first to take initiative in going as far as to showcase his newly gained powers by slowly having to lift up his finger as he proceeded to observe our heroes from above in shooting down an energy beam beneath them, which, mind you, he did have full control over, in which from there, not only were our heroes concerned as to what Gas was about to do, but it didn't take them long enough to figure out exactly what he was planning, because from there, Gas went on to quickly lift his hand up in the air and slicing in between Granola, Monaito, Goku, and Vegeta, which in a state of panic, Vegeta had shouted for everyone to move out of the way, and as they did, Gas's energy beam was nearly shown having to slice right through our heroes, which thankfully enough, as they had gone on to act quickly in jumping out of the way, Gas's energy beam instead was shown having to cut right through Monaito's ship in such a quick and vicious way, in making sure that even if something were to happen, that they could not use Monaito's ship to get away. As soon as Gas had ceased fire and taking a look at everyone's reaction, Granola then went on to comment, my ship. But even then, Gas was only simply demonstrating the fruits of his power, because Gas went on once again to not waste any more time by then being shown lifting up his hand in the air and creating an energy trident in his hand. Gas seriously meant every word that he had told Alec in coming here to do business, and that's exactly what Gas had done, because without even skipping a beat, Gas proceeded to throw the energy tridents directly in Granola's direction, as by the time the energy trident got close enough, Granola was not able to register as to what the heck was just about to happen. So instead, by the time Granola had given off any kind of reaction, it was only right then and there during that moment where Gas's energy trident had gone on to impale both of Granola's shoulders along with his legs, that had not only hit Granola with such tremendous force in causing Granola to go flying backwards, but by also making sure that his prey remained where he was. Granola was now stuck on one half of Monaito's ship, which one could only imagine the amount of agony that Granola at this point is going through, because you can see it upon Granola's face that he's screaming, that he's in pain, pain, as everyone else seemingly can't even believe this with Goku included, and the moment Gas went on to leap on down below, in now making his way ever so closer towards his victims, Gas had wanted to make sure that everyone there had already known what he was all about, as Gas then went on to comment, "I never liked you. I provide enough muscle for the heaters. You are not needed." And with Granola then shown screaming in agony, that's when Gas continues, "At last, I am free to kill you." But despite Goku wanting to intervene in doing something to stop Gas, what Gas ends up doing instead is with one snap of his finger, Gas ultimately ends up creating these weighted cubes that end up appearing around Goku's body, which subsequently enough can be looked at kind of similar to what Hearts does in Super Dragon Ball Heroes by creating these gigantic cubes that end up weighing you down and using gravity against you. So this is kind of a similar technique used on Goku during that moment, in which caused Goku to hit the ground below, to where on top of being exhausted and tired from his battle with Granola prior, not only was Granola then vulnerable in being executed by Gas, but Goku was as well. Which again, when you stop and look at it, Goku's essentially defenseless in having to fight back against Gas, as Goku then went on to comment, "Whoa, I can't move. You must be that Saiyan son." "Yep," says Maki. "I heard him mention that earlier," says Oil. "That would explain the familiar face," Gas responds. "Does his father still live? That entire generation of Saiyans was slain by Frieza himself," Vegeta says. "Only a few members of our tribe have survived the purge. Is that so?" Gas asks. "Works for us," Maki responds. "We'll finish what Frieza started and take out the rest of the trash." Just hang on a minute," Goku says. "Why do you have to kill us in the first place?" "You and Granola must perish," Gas says, "as do all who might threaten our plans." As seconds later, just as he had done before, Gas winds up spawning an energy axe right above his head and clutching onto the handle in such a way that Gas absolutely intends on using this against Goku, because as Gas proceeded to wind his axe back without even batting an eye, while on the ground unable to do anything to save himself from this particular situation, Gas saw this as being the absolute best opportunity possible in beheading Goku on the spot, which ultimately that's exactly what Gas was intending to do, because as he proceeded to swing the axe down, Goku couldn't do anything to escape this, but instead he closed his eyes because he knew that perhaps maybe this was going to be that moment to where he was going to be off for good, until out of nowhere a blast ends up hitting Gas from behind and throwing Gas off balance for a moment, which allowed for Gas to release his grip on the axe, which the axe came crashing down right next to Goku's head. And as soon as Gas went on to turn around, to his absolute surprise, it was Granola that had gone on to save Goku as Monaito was shown holding the trident. Gas couldn't seem to believe it. With Granola shown having to aim his arm out, he then went on to acknowledge Gas by telling him, "The title of the strongest belongs to me." But even then, Gas was having none of it, because with Goku shown on the floor, Gas immediately took initiative in not only once again dashing directly towards Granola's direction, but at the same time, he had gone on to spawn another weapon in his hand, which once again, he had gone as far as to use this in smiting Granola across the face with such tremendous force that you could visibly see how Granola was in trouble and seemingly had no chance against Gas. And with one swing that landed across Granola's face, Monaito was worried. With Granola's body shown hitting the ground and sliding down on the floor, Gas was not done, because from there, he had gone to turn his weapon forward in positioning himself in such a way that he seemingly wanted to strike Granola's body directly, and Granola was shook, because as soon as Gas once again came dashing right towards him, Gas did not let up by attacking Granola's body over and over and over, strike after strike after strike. The intensity of such blows was so much for Granola that you could see once again how he's spitting out blood, he's getting knocked back, and there's really nothing that Granola can do in this particular situation to make a difference, as this has now become a very bad situation for our heroes, because Goku can't do anything to help Granola. Granola himself is now being slaughtered by Gas, as Gas seems to not even let up in striking Granola repeatedly, as with both Maki and Oil having to observe this by smiling, Maki then went on to comment, "You idiot, Gas's wish came after yours, which makes him stronger, duh," which once again, when going back to Gas, we then get to see how there is an extension of the weapon that he was using, as he was now repositioning himself and now using this weapon kind of similar to that of a staff in knocking Granola up in the sky. And as he did, Granola's body was shown being thrown across the sky as he proceeded to then land back down on the ground. And as he did, the weapon that Gas was using was then beginning to dematerialize, as Gas went on to then acknowledge Granola by telling him, "Alec saw value in your strength, but I never did." And with Granola shown slowly standing up with his entire body shaking, even Vegeta had gone on and calling Gas scum. But then, unbeknownst to everybody else, Monaito ends up showing up and finally doing something and taking action to help our heroes, as Monaito had used his abilities in getting rid of the weights that were holding Goku down, as Goku went on to tell him, "Thanks a bunch. Let me heal you," says Monaito. "You sure?" "Nice one," says Maki. "You show him, Gas." "But I have a request," Monaito asks, as he's then shown healing Goku. He then continues, "I know I've got no right to ask you for favors, but please save Granola for me." "Sure," Goku says. "I'll do what I can." But even when going back to Granola, as he was shown attempting to punch Gas, he then went on to shout, "Take this! Why did you let me live?" And with Gas dodging each and every single one of his attacks, he then went on to respond, "We did not learn that you two have survived until several years after the fall of planet Sorel." As even with Gas shown catching on to one of Granola's punches, he then went on to squeeze on down in literally breaking Granola's hand right within his palm, as you can almost feel the agony coming from Granola as he's screaming with blood having to pour from his mouth. Gas then went on to continue, "By that point, you had already made a name for yourself as a bounty hunter." And as soon as Gas went on to kick Granola away, Granola's body was shown being dragged down on the floor, with Gas having to continue. Alec said it would be a waste to kill such a resource, so he decided to hire you instead. Which, to Granola's surprise, the moment Gas had gone on to bring this up, in telling Granola this, it then clicked in Granola's head as he began to remember his past, as we now dive into a flashback of Granola when he was a kid again, in seeing how a little Granola, after of course some time had passed following the death of his mother Muesli by the hands of Alec, as Granola did not know this during that time, we then take a look at how Granola during that point had actually gone on to become a bounty hunter by training in the woods. And you can see how Granola then during that time period was beginning to come into his own in honing himself in becoming a very skilled sniper slash bounty hunters, with the Heaters having to oversee this. The intention that Alec had here was not to lose a prospect such as Granola, as of course he might be useful to him as time goes on. So instead, Alec rather than had different intentions for Granola rather than killing him, as Alec then went on to comment, "So he's the bounty hunter who's been making waves. Why are you here?" Alec asks Monaito. "You can't take Granola." Heh, as if you could do anything to stop us. "I'm guessing you didn't tell him I killed his mother. If the boy knew the truth, he'd run with some half-baked plan for revenge. He'd get himself killed." "You're smarter than you look," Alec says. "The boy thinks it was luck that he had survived. He doesn't know what really happened on that cursed day." "Good," says Alec. "And you'll keep that mouth shut, you old coot, because the second you blab, both of your lives are over." "Hey kid, come over here," Alec says. And as soon as Granola had done exactly that, Granola had no idea as to who Alec was, as he went on to ask, "Who are you? We've heard the tales, and they say that you've got some skills. Why not come work for me?" Alec asks. "You will be well paid for your trouble. Don't you want to help the old man move out of this rinky-dink shack?" And with Granola looking on absolutely baffled, we then come back into the past, as Monaito then went on to continue, "I think I made the wrong choice back then. It would have been better to die than serve Alec. You did it so the two of you can survive," Goku says. "You didn't have much of a choice. They are the bad guys here. I don't even live up to being an Namekian," Monaito says. "I can't even manage to restore your energy." And even with Goku then acknowledging this, he then quickly turns his head by shouting, "Vegeta, don't you have another sensu bean?" "Yes, but it's stored in my armor, which I tossed away." "What the heck, Vegeta?" But right before anything else, there was a massive explosion seen behind Goku and Vegeta, as that went on to interrupt their conversation, as through the smoke within the distance, Granola's body once again is shown being literally dragged across the landscape. And there was nothing during that point where either Goku or Vegeta could do anything to stop Gas with, and Granola right now is placed in such a difficult position to where he's unable to fight back, and because of this, it leaves him more vulnerable than anybody else on the battlefield, as Monaito and Goku Goku proceeded to look on, Goku then went on to comment, "He's out cold and not getting up. Thanks for the healing, old man. I feel much better now. Vegeta, go back and find your armor.
I'm trying to
I'll
find a
try
match
to
for
hold
like
my
15
own in the
minutes long.
meantime. Eat it as soon as you
what's going
find
on
it," with
tonight.
Vegeta asking, "Really? Only fair," Goku says. "I ate the first one, remember?" "Very well," Vegeta says. "Don't die, Kakarot. You can transform into your freaky face mode again and beat Gas," Goku says, and as soon as he ends up taking off, Vegeta took such offense to this as he then went on to ask, "Freaky face mode? It's called Ultra Ego, you fool!" Because from that point, as soon as Goku got in between Gas and Granola, Goku then went on to tell Gas, "Listen, buddy, what you guys are doing here is just too cruel." So, the endangered species have become friends. Not your place, outsider. And as soon as Gas went on to spawn a literal sword from his hand, he then went on to continue, "This is just how the heaters operate." Which from there, once again without wasting any more time, Gas attempts to impale Goku by using this sword, as with Goku seeing this and taking immediate action, what Goku ends up doing is he powers up back into Super Saiyan Blue in grabbing onto Gas's sword with his bare hands in preventing Gas from impaling him, which even then Gas himself had seemed to be very surprised by this because Gas's intention was to just get rid of this guy without there having to be any pushback, but instead Goku is in fact kind of pushing back now, and if you look very closely, Gas was literally inches away from impaling Goku through the chest, to where Goku had made sure that Gas was not going to do this, so instead he ends up shattering Gas's sword, which really goes as far as to kind of show you how strong Super Saiyan Blue Goku really is, because mind you, he's doing this while at the same time fighting the new so-called strongest in the universe, right? As Gas takes a step back by looking at his sword in not believing what he had just seen, as Goku from there went on to tell him, "You won't kill me that easily," to where then it was Goku being the one shown charging directly at Gas, and as soon as Goku attempted in kicking Gas directly in the face, what Gas ended up doing was once again similar to the weapons that he has spawned. He spawned a shield literally right around his arm and wrist in preventing himself from being struck by Goku, as he kind of used this as sort of similar to that of a Captain America shield because it looks very identical to it, especially when you take a look at how it's structured with the straps having to go around his forearm and whatnot. So from there, Gas was able to neg Goku's kick, but Goku wasn't finished because once again, he attempted to attack Gas by punching him, but Gas ends up blocking it by using that exact same shield as a means of protection. But Goku wasn't letting up because shot after shot, punch after punch, Goku's sole motive during that point was to do as much damage to Gas as he physically could. So what he ends up doing instead is as he rains down a barrage of punches on Gas, he ends up winding his left arm back, and very similar to what we have seen practically go down during the events of the Merge Zamasu story scene right here, which if you pay close enough attention to, you can see the attention to detail, you can see the similarities between Goku versus Zamasu and Goku versus Gas that ultimately led in Goku having to fire off an attack that ends up blowing Gas back enough to where Gas was seemingly on the ropes now that Goku had done this, and with this massive explosion then being echoed throughout the landscape, one could only imagine the sheer force of this explosion as Goku had landed this attack successfully on Gas, but through the smoke, with Goku expecting sort of like a different outcome. Out of nowhere behind him, Gas is then shown once again wielding another weapon, this time a giant mallet in his hand, as before Goku could even react fast enough in stopping this, Gas ends up whacking Goku across the head with this weapon that it ultimately sent Goku flying out into the distance, to where Goku had to quickly maintain his balance by grabbing onto the ground, because rather than having Goku fly out any further into the woods, Goku was quickly able to stop himself in clutching onto his bloody head, with Gas looking on as Maki then comments, "This Saiyan's not all that tough after all. Maybe Gas didn't even need that wish to handle these chumps." But then Oil went on to notice something very unusual, as Oil then comments, "Look, Vegeta's gone!" As interestingly enough, when going back to Vegeta, we see how Vegeta had gone back to the exact location and where he had fought Granola prior, and he seems to be looking for something. What exactly is he looking for? Well, Vegeta was looking for the armor piece that he had ripped off and thrown away during his fight against Granola, and inside of it, we then observe how he had finally gone on to find the last sensu bean that he had brought on planet Sorel, as Vegeta then went on to comment, "Yes, it's safe." And the moment Vegeta clinches clenches his fist in protecting the bean, over back with Goku and Gas, Gas once again had spawned another weapon, this time a weapon that kind of resembles nunchucks in a way, but not really, as he used this to strike Goku in the stomach, and whatever weapon this was had seemed to have done enough damage in causing Goku so much pain that the second Gas uses this in hitting Goku across the head with, Goku ends up hitting the ground back down below and reverting back to his base form, as Goku went on to ask, "What's the holdup, Vegeta? I hate to say it, but I'm not gonna last much longer." And as we then take a look at how Vegeta had finally landed somewhere, he did not in fact take the bean himself, but instead, he is then shown overlooking Granola's unconscious body in such a calm and serious way that the moment he went on to kneel on down, he's trying to wake up Granola by telling him, "Rise and shine, Granola." Eat this. What is this? Granola asks. "It will restore your energy. Now eat it." You had something like that all along? Eating it could have helped you beat me. And take the coward's way out? Never, Vegeta says. Now eat the freaking bean and rejoin the fight. And as soon as Vegeta then aggressively went on to grab Granola by the shirt, he then continues, "Your revenge must be satisfied, no? So settle this grudge with your own strength." And with Granola shown seemingly speechless in not knowing how to answer Vegeta, it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 78 then comes to a close. Now what this chapter I think does very well is go as far as to establish the fact that yes, there is a new enemy on the battlefield, and unlike Granola, who is simply trying to get revenge by wiping out two Saiyans, the opposition now is essentially enough out there looking to murder everybody, not for the sole sake of getting revenge, but to more or less now prove themselves to their brother, i.e. Alec, and going as far as to now reassure him that Gas will do what he needs to in order to fully be able to take down Goku, Vegeta, and Granola in murdering them off for good, to where as we only then make our way into Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 79, with Alec being shown having to drink wine aboard his ship, it was
Alright, the keys there. Goku, what's up?
only then where as everything was going down with Gas in the distance, where Alec went on to ask, "I'm guessing Gas is now the mightiest in the universe? Alec, sir, shall we move the ship closer to the battlefield? Only once the fight is over," Alec says. "Have you ever seen an active battlefield? I don't want debris falling into my wine," with his henchman responding, "Very well, sir. Besides, I've got one more urgent errand to handle." To where in the meantime, when then going back to Maki, Oil, and Monaito, it was only from there where Maki went on to shout, "Spill the beans, geezer! Where'd Vegeta go?" "The heck if I know," Monaito responds. Playing dumb, are we? Maybe Oil can convince you to wise up." As with Oil shown getting closer, it was only as Monaito was shown standing his ground where Vegeta had forced Granola into eating the senzu bean by telling him, "Hurry up and eat it." What is this?" Granola asks. "One moment I was down for the count, but now this is incredible." "Go on," Vegeta says. "Don't waste the senzu bean." To where this was exactly what Granola had gone and doing, because right before Oil could do anything to harm Monaito, it was only from there where Granola was shown getting in Oil's face as Maki shouts, "Granola? How are you still standing?" Oil asks. "The old man's off limits," Granola says, as he from there took it upon himself in literally blowing Maki and Oil away. This in and of itself now had gone as far as to get Gas's attention, with Granola from there being shown having to turn his head and looking on up. That's when Gas went on to respond, "Your your energy has been restored.
Super
Were
Saiyan,
you
have you seen
healed
this?
somehow? Don't forget your partner, Granola, Monaito went on to tell Granola from behind, in which as Monaito was beginning to hand Oatmeal on over to Granola, that was when Oatmeal went on to shout, I swear, if you ever chuck me aside like that again. Sorry about that, Oatmeal, with Oatmeal responding, does the universe's strongest have no need of my support? No, I'll always want you backing me up, he says, in which within this very moment, as Granola was from there shown powering up in such a way, this had now gone as far as to capture everybody's attention there, with Gas from there being shown throwing Goku off to the wayside, as Granola went on to then tell him, get down here, Gas, you're here to fight me. In which, to Gas's credit, this was exactly what he had gone in doing, as Gas went on to comment, just so. As he was from there now being shown having to meet Granola back down on the ground by from there being shown spawning 2 energy shields, as both Gas and Granola were then shown getting into fighting position with Maki and Oil seemingly having to panic, it was upon both of them having to then be shown dashing towards one another where the fight had finally then begun, as it was during this time with Gas being shown attempting to strike Granola with his shield, to where Granola from there had made his way underneath Gas and from there being shown blasting him non-stop, as the battle between the two now seems to be a direct measuring contest to see which one of the two is in fact the strongest. Neither one of these warriors were looking to back down against the other, as Gas was shown getting visibly frustrated at the fact that he wasn't able to defeat Granola off the gate, so what Gas ends up creating as a countermeasure are multiple different weapons in his best attempts of trying to get the better of Granola, but it would almost appear as though now with Granola fully healed courtesy of the Senzu Bean, Gas can't really do anything to stop Granola with, so as a response, he ends up still trying anyway by spawning multiple different kinds of blades, by spawning a gigantic wrecking ball, and it would only appear as though nothing seems to be working, as Granola seems to be finding his way out by countering all of these attempted strikes, so Granola for the most part seems to be holding his own relatively well. The fight seems to be a back and forth contest, and if anything else, it almost appears as though Granola does seem to have the upper hand against Gas during the course of this battle, as even despite being at a significant disadvantage with Gas now shown getting desperate, Gas tried to do everything under the sun in order to get the better of Granola by either having to attack him using multiple different kinds of blades. Gas tried crushing him. Nothing at this point was seemingly working now in Gas's favor, as even now with the others having to acknowledge this, with Monaito trying to do everything he can to heal the Saiyans, that's when Vegeta went on to respond, the gap between them is evident. This is Granola's last chance. But why is Gas just sticking to that one move using those strange weapons? Hard to say, Vegeta responds. Perhaps he gained that ability from the wish to become the strongest. Nope, Monaito chimes in. Gas has always used those weapons that he creates out of nothing. Oh? As once again with Gas now being shown having to spawn more weapons to his disposal, Gas was trying to do everything within the best of his own ability to shred Granola into pieces, but there wasn't a single thing that had seemed to favor Gas in this battle so as long as Granola was now in control, because the very moment Granola had from there gone as far as to knock Gas back, that was when Granola went on to ask, why? Why rely solely on that arsenal of yours? With Maki responding, I get it. Gas wants to beat Granola with his own strength. To where even with Gas attempting to do so, that was when Granola went on to continue. Didn't that wish give you new powers to use? It ain't that Gas can't wield his newly found power right away. He just doesn't wanna. To where in the meantime, with Granola shown having to disarm Gas by having to swipe away his sword, it was only from there where Granola went on to shout, if this is all you've got, then you're done for. As it was only inches away right before Granola had gone as far as to make contact with Gas's face, it was only to Granola's surprise where Gas had then gone and extending his arm out to Granola's face, and from there being shown unleashing a gigantic energy blast which had gone and consuming the entire landscape whole, in which everyone that had seen this was seemingly enough in shock, as with Granola now shown struggling to get back up, it was only from that point as Granola was holding on to Oatmeal where Granola went on to comment, I knew it. You were holding back your new strength. I consider this failure on my part, Gas says. I had hoped to kill you with that technique I've honed, but Granola was not having it because it was only upon being shown now firing multiple energy blasts at Gas, where Gas quickly had managed to teleport out of the way and now being shown standing directly in front of Granola, with Goku and Vegeta seemingly shocked that Gas had now used instant teleportation. Gas from there went on to tell Granola, any abilities you have gained are now mine as well. And without even wasting a second, that was when Gas had gone and punching Granola in the stomach by then telling him, my my power is far superior to yours. Which, similarly to the technique of destruction, we then observe how Gas had managed to squeeze his palm in creating a gigantic explosion by using Granola's body. As with Granola's body from there being shown thrown into the Cerulean Forest, Vegeta went on to then tell Goku that looked like destruction. He never needed those extra weapons. As with even Gas now having to acknowledge this newly found strength of his, that's when he went on to respond, I see now. But then, to Gas's surprise, once again, Granola had emerged from the forest and tearing off his vest by telling Gas, I never thought taking you down would actually be that easy.
Yeah, bro,
well, go on. What can the universe's strongest muster? I've still got plenty of fight left in me, Granola says. Which indeed from here, Granola was not shown bluffing, because as Granola had then managed to get behind Gas, it was only from there where the two had gone now to use instant transmission back and forth as a means of avoiding one another, because through the sheer instinctive act of using instant transmission without directly knowing what it is or how to use it consciously, the two were simply shown having to use this as a means of getting away from the other's attack, as towards the end of their scuffle, it only now appeared as though Granola did have the significant advantage over Gas by not only displaying the fact that he could indeed actually be faster and much stronger than Gas, it was later confirmed by Vegeta that in fact Granola still has a chance to win this battle against him, especially with all things considered now, as the two seem to be on an even playing field towards the end. It was only with Granola being shown looking at Gas with a smile on his face where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 79 then comes to a close. Now, what I do believe that chapter 79 had gone as far as to establish very well was to go as far as to insinuate the overall idea that our heroes in fact actually may stand a chance in toppling Gas in this battle, all while at the same time seeing Goku and Vegeta's reaction upon witnessing Gas and Granola subconsciously use similar techniques to them.
Saying,
this was only from here going to become the prelude to what's about to happen next moving forward, as we only from that point now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 80, with everyone including Maki, Oil, Goku, Vegeta, and Monaito seemingly surprised by the overall situation of what's happening, while Gas continues to oversee Granola from above. If you stop and pay very close attention, it would almost apparently seem as though Monaito is in fact actually attempting to heal Vegeta, but by the time anything else could happen, Gas erupts in a fit of rage in making that vow in never losing to Granola, as Gas then begins to power up in such a way that it would almost seemingly appear as though he is attempting to use his full power in manifesting that on the surface, to where as Gas continues to power up, he then went on to comment, I'll figure out that move soon enough. Which from there, Gas did not waste any more time in flying on down and punching the ground beneath him. For whatever reason this appeared to be the case, we see how rocks are beginning to fly all throughout the landscape. They're floating around Granola, as all the while Granola appears to be cool, calm, and collected. He's maintaining his focus and he's not taking his eyes off of Gas, which once again, Gas did not waste a single moment in this fight, because the moment Gas had gone on in dashing directly towards Granola, Granola had once again used instant transmission in getting out of dodge and causing Gas to miss his punch, where once again, Gas as a result in missing his attack had gone on and punching a pile of rocks, and as soon as Gas had then sensed how Granola was indeed now behind him in an instant, as soon as Gas went on to turn his head, Gas then quickly proceeded in unleashing these energy beams that came directly from his eyes, which to the credit of Toyotaro in making Gas stand out that much more, we really haven't seen that many Dragon Ball Super villains actually perform such abilities and techniques. So as Gas was shown shooting these energy beams directly at Granola once again, Granola quickly used instant transmission in getting out of the way and appearing behind Gas again, but this time, it seemed as though Granola was using one of...
Yo, what's up? Alright guys, let's get this match. Let's get a W in this match. Shout out to everyone watching. Hope you're having a great night.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Be careful too, okay?
Okay. Gang.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I don't know what's up with these names. Remember yesterday, Piccolo OnlyFans?
At long last. Excellent.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
I took off the rocket and put on the bike.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that team. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
R.I.P.
This is bad. Somebody's down.
Bro, he's
Exercise
killing us, bro.
extreme caution if you're going to help them. Here comes the pain. Let's start a system in the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Flying Nimbus! I sent you a super transmitter. Use it to hold the enemy back. I'll send some supplies to help.
Finished already.
Oh, good.
Finished already.
You got KO'd, Super Saiyan.
Now, here comes the pain. Stay calm. Stay calm. Foolish word. To die.
Oh, you got bodied.
Bastard.
You got bullied, bro.
Help! You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Finished already. This is it. Kamehameha!
against DC. Oh man.
Finished already. Close. Here goes nothing. I can't stay here. Sure hope I'm safe now.
Oh yeah, that
Finally!
emergency transformation.
Finished already.
Oh, he's KO'd.
Sure hope I'm safe now.
Nowhere to summon except the
The
top.
startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Finished already.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Now it shall be done. I will grant your wish. What's that?
Half the health went down, bro. I know this guy's mad.
Finished already. Here's a little something.
Let's see if he's gonna kill him or let him go.
Send the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Surprised he let him go. But Broly's broken. It's very difficult to beat him.
If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more. The end is nigh.
Got Psycho. Alright, play a few more matches.
Of the floating rocks as a means of a distraction, because the moment Gas quickly turned around in assuming that Granola was directly behind the rock, he quickly kicked it in not knowing that Granola had once again used instant transmission in getting out of dodge, except this time instead of being behind Gas, Granola was back down on the battlefield as Gas turned his head in anger. It was very clear by this point that Granola was simply too fast for Gas to keep up, so Gas still attempted to try anyway as he went on to dash down below in his attempts of kicking Granola. By the time he even attempted to do so with Granola shown backing up that much more, Gas just kept on missing as he was kicking rock after rock after rock, because as a means of using instant transmission, Granola was simply too fast for Gas to keep up, which to the brilliant mind and strategy of Granola, as all of these rocks were shown floating around Gas, what Granola ended up doing was clinching onto his fists and causing all of these rocks around Gas to explode, which not only had gone on in creating a massive explosion scene in the distance, but this little stunt was actually effective enough for the time being, because as Gas was shown seemingly in pain, Granola took it upon himself to not waste a single second in this fight by dashing on in and kicking Gas directly in the gut, to where once again, even though Gas is still standing, he is seemingly enough being hurt in this fight as it's progressing, because number one, he can't seem to catch Granola. Number two, with Granola using his surroundings as a means of a distraction and then getting a clean shot on Gas, Gas is frustrated, Gas is angry, and Gas is seemingly losing, with even both Maki and Oil further acknowledging acknowledging this as Oil went on to comment, Gas might be stronger, but he's losing in the skills department, dang. Guess those Dragon Balls ain't all that after all, with Maki responding, hang on. Gas won't let it end like this, as even then when going back to Gas and Granola and seeing them exchange punches, it was once again fairly evident to see that both Gas and Granola were then using instant transmission and having to avoid one another's attacks, because by no means were either of the two looking to hold back, because as we then get to see how both Gas and Granola were attempting to kick each other and causing a massive collision with their legs, there seems to be something wrong as this fight is now beginning to progress, because based on Granola's expression in showing signs of concern and anger, Gas, on the other hand, seems to be smiling as Gas went on to comment, I can now track your every move. As the two are then shown continuing their battle, Vegeta went on to chime in, damn it, Granola wasted too much time and allowed Gas to grow accustomed to those new moves. As we only then make our way back to Gas and Granola, Gas was then shown connecting a ferocious uppercut to Granola's face, with Granola seemingly baffled by this and wondering what the heck is going on, because it would only now appear as though in some kind of way Granola seems to be losing his edge over Gas, with Granola refusing to drop on down and maintaining his balance. Gas once again did not waste a single second by dashing towards Granola and telling him, I won't lose sight of you again. But it was only then during that moment before Gas could actually connect another attack on Granola, where out of the blue, another version of Granola had gone on to appear and kicking Gas directly in the face, to where the moment Gas's body is then shown flying away, again out of nowhere, a third copy ended up appearing and essentially aiding the original Granola by kicking Gas up in the air, to where back down on the battlefield now we have 3 versions of Granola, 2 copies and 1 original, with Gas visibly not pleased by the overall situation as Gas went on to comment, now it's clones? But before Gas could even strategize in figuring out what to do, out of nowhere 8 different copies of Granola had appeared in surrounding Gas, in aiming down sight and firing multiple ki blasts directly at him, which to the brilliant strategy of Granola in doing this, not only was he able to cause yet another momentary distraction in getting the better of Gas, but this tactic itself is very similar to what Granola had done originally when Goku and Vegeta had arrived on planet Sorel, and only using one of his clones as a means to fight off against Super Saiyan Blue Goku, which speaking of, as we then get to see how Goku and Vegeta are carefully observing this, Goku seems to be very happy and pleased by the overall situation as Goku went on to
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Once I revert to an egg, I must bury myself underground.
I need help!
For 3 years. There, my form matures.
You're a big help!
Once I revert to an egg, I
Not
must
this
bury
guy, bro.
myself underground
keep,
for 3 years. There, my form matures.
Keep this shit going until he transforms.
You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Now may not be the best time to battle. I guess I'm far too strong for a weakling such as yourself. I'm feeling rather hungry. Time to absorb every last little bit of you. That won't work for you.
Guy's almost at level 3.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Thanks.
watch out for enemies. Hey, great! What's the big another power key? Use it quick!
Come out! Get out here right now!
Flying Nimbus!
Holy hell! Here comes the pain!
Just give up already.
You?
Do you want me to show you my true power?
There's nothing I could have done. I tried to hide in the corner. He says.
Do you want me to show you my true power? Will not let this happen!
I owe you one.
I was looking for this stupid cave.
You know what to do with that key.
I went the wrong one.
You're a big help.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Help!
Bro, why are you bullying me for it?
Bastard!
Holy smokes. This guy doesn't like me, bro.
Well, look at
Yo, Joker, this guy let you go and came after me.
I wasn't expecting to have this much fun.
I don't know, man. Don't save me. You guys just go. You guys just go. You guys just go.
Well, look
I'll
at
send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Okay. That key sense, bro. So annoying.
The startup system's under attack.
I owe you one.
Dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system is under attack.
Get out of here, bro.
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch
Flying
out for
Nimbus!
enemies. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Damn it, woman.
The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again. I've sent the escape time
Alright, let's
machine.
go.
Use it to get out of there. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Good job, Joker and Super Saiyan. Good job. Mac, are you coming?
so disappointing. I expected more. Don't tell me this has been a waste of my time.
Yeah, as long as we didn't die, you know, we got out. It's all good. Be right back.
Respond, relax, Granola still has the skills to win this thing. But even then, despite having to be outnumbered, Gas was not having it because, as Gas was shown having to take all of these ki blasts head on, he quickly then made his way into dashing directly towards one of the clones, with one of the clones seemingly shocked, which from that point on, Gas connected a fearsome blow to one of the clones' stomach, in essentially laying one of the clones out for the time being, until Gas was then shown once again making his way towards another clone and being shown taking each and every single one of them out one by one, because by that point Gas had already known what to do, and what he needs to do is take out Granola's clones before Granola's clones could actually damage him enough, in essentially losing him the fight, as Gas was shown taking them down, to where as we see all of the clones stumbling in the sky, Gas went on to smirk by responding, making clones splits your power. How idiotic. This last move of yours was all or nothing then, as with all of Granola's clones then shown closing on in, Gas carefully went on to pick his spot in formulating an attack that went on to not only strike one clone but all of them at the exact same time, as he then proceeded in firing off a very eerily similar attack to what Frieza had done during the Tournament of Power, and that's spiking through each and every single one of the clones through the abdominals by using this key strike-like method in piercing all of the clones at the exact same time, which again, to Toyotaro's credit, we don't normally get to see full pages in action from him, whereas by comparison here we have an entire page being shown of Gas literally just mauling through each and every single one of the clones as if it were nothing. But this little course of action that Gas had ran did come with a small price to pay, because with all of the clones now shown in tremendous amounts of pain, with Maki and Oil shown laughing, as even Monaito and Vegeta could not believe as to what was going on, as Gas then went on to smile in responding, "You got lost in the power of those skills, Granola." But by the time it was all said and done, Gas was not expecting for the following events to happen, because while Gas made it his mission in holding the clones in place with his attack, it was only then where out of nowhere the original Granola had then appeared right in front of him, in finding the opening that he was looking for this entire time, in making sure that this was going to be the moment where Granola finally goes on to finish off Gas once and for all, because even with Gas seeing Granola appear before him right before his very eyes, not even Gas could believe as to what the heck had happened, with Granola then shown smiling and responding, "Or I was just waiting for this perfect opening." As we only then see slowly but surely as the clones begin to dissipate, this was the exact moment that Granola had been looking for this entire time, as Granola went on to shout, "Now!" As it was only then shown right then and there during that moment where Granola had left nothing on the table in giving it his all in unleashing an incredibly powerful attack, which went on to connect right on Gas's stomach, which if you look at the way Granola had put in so much effort in making sure that this was it, that you can see the level of detail that Toyotaro went on to convey this with, because you can see his veins popping out, his muscles are literally poking through his shirt, and Gas looks absolutely horrified, not just at the fact that this blast made contact, but apparently enough this attack itself looks to have actually had damaged him, because both Maki and Oil's jaws actually drop as well, with Gas's body shown flying out with tremendous force out into the distance. One would only imagine that by taking an attack of this magnitude from point blank range that this would be it, because during that point Gas was sent flying out through the landscape, he was smashing through rocks, he was going through the woods, which again goes on to show the viewer the level of impact that this attack had, because Gas was flying through everything until eventually enough his body was shown entering a nearby lake.
Time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how
Someone
to launch.
save me!
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
it. That's a new power key. Place it now.
You're a big help.
Gotcha. This guy was coming over here.
No.
Goku, I think he's coming after you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead to E.
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
I'm gonna come get you.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
Just saying you got him.
Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
Lost my blade.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack.
Oh, come on!
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
You bastard!
Well, I found the Dragon Ball. Well, Mac, I hope you find a match soon, though.
Needs your help.
I was waiting like 20 minutes. I just gave up.
Think before rushing in.
You all right? I owe you one.
Thank you, Super Saiyan.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
What was that?
Flying Nimbus! An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Holy hell. Oh, man.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
Here's a little something for you.
Got a summon
Holy
fan.
hell. You're done!
Yo, Super Saiyan, you got a summon.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Here's a little something. You bastard!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what
Sorry.
danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Startup systems destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Kakarot!
Got killed. Next match, we got it.
As he went on to plump inside of it, in essentially almost drowning, with Granola shown trying to catch his breath and giving it his all, in knowing the fact that this could have been it. You could literally see how exhausted Granola was by the end of this based on his overall expression, as we only then make our way back inside of the lake and nearly seeing Gas drown right before our very eyes. Maki and Oil were not willing to let this happen because they quickly went on to intervene in wanting to save one of their own from being destroyed and dying right before their eyes. With both of them quickly shown taking action, Goku went on to oversee Granola by then commenting, "Way to go!" "Wait," says Vegeta, "what's wrong with Granola? Any damage taken by the clones is felt by his real body." That final ploy was a sacrificial one, and with Monaito desperately shown trying to make his way towards Granola, Granola did not want anyone else to get near him, as he went on to stick his arm out by shouting, "Stay back! It's not over yet!" But when going back to Gas, fortunately enough for him, he was saved by both Maki and Oil, as Maki went on to comment, "Come on, stay with us," as Gas was shown sitting up. Out of nowhere, the leader himself, Alec, had arrived, as this in fact was an unexpected surprise to the eyes of many, as Alec went on to ask, "What's wrong, Gas? This isn't like you." "Alec," says Granola, He's here too? Why is Gas getting his butt beat, Alec asks Maki. You're sure you made that wish to turn him into the universe's strongest, right? Of course I did, says Alec. Gas is undeniably the strongest fighter now, by a huge margin in fact, and with Alec shown leaning on down and reaching towards Gas's head, it was only then to the shock of everyone where Alec went on to remove the bone pendant that was around his head, as even Gas himself, who is now the strongest fighter, was not expecting this, as Maki went on to ask, what gives? No point in being the strongest in the universe, Alec says, when you have all of that precious power sealed away. I know you can withstand it now, says Alec, so liberate that inner nature, with Oil asking, you sure, man? This didn't turn out so hot 40 years ago, Maki adds. As with Gas then being shown eerily enough struggling with something, Maki then goes on to continue, this is clearly a bad idea. When our instincts are unleashed, we lose all sense of ourselves, and with Gas shown changing, Alec went on to respond, endure it, Gas. You're not the man you were back then. As with Gas then shown powering up in such a vicious and tremendous way, nobody on that battlefield had any idea as to what was about to happen involving Gas, because now that we more or less understood what would happen if this pendant were to be removed, it was all or nothing in finding out what the end result was going to be. As with Gas then being shown flying up in the air and completely losing control, we then oversee in taking a look at how his eyes are beginning to change, his pupils are gone, he's beginning to grow horns from his forehead, his shirt's beginning to tear up, as lo and behold we finally then get to bear witness to Berserker Gas, who eerily enough kind of reminds me of the gigantic version of Kami Orin that we've seen in Super Dragon Ball Heroes based on the teeth and the eyes that he has, along with giving me both Broly/Sagambo vibes from both Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. So this is what is supposed to be Gas's true power manifested on the surface, which the only problem here is despite the muscle increase and the size growth, Gas is literally crazy and he has no control over his emotions, he doesn't know what he's doing, which this could also be looked at as some kind of a reference in seeing how this was similar to Buff Boo before reverting back down to his original form in Kid Boo, as when then going back to everyone else including Goku and Vegeta and Granola, everyone was left in shock by what they were looking at, because in the distance, we take a look at how Gas is unleashing this very powerful shockwave and electricity from his body, streams of lightning having to course all throughout the landscape, as Goku and Vegeta then went on to comment, is that Gas? Where did he find another power-up? What is he? Granola asks. That look, Monaito says. I saw it with my own eyes 40 years ago. What, says Vegeta, with Monaito continuing, when Bardock had Gas on the ropes, he lost himself and turned into that. He lost himself, Granola says? So that's his last resort. But despite having to then lose his mind, Gas immediately then took action in knowing what he had originally come there for, in knowing who the opposition was, because from there, even Granola went on to acknowledge exactly what was about to happen, because Gas did not waste a single second by dashing directly towards Granola, which was done in such a violent and ferocious way that you can almost kind of feel the tension between the two, because as pointed out earlier, this definitely gives me Dragon Ball Z Broly vibes in the way Gas was kind of looking and being portrayed in wanting to grab Granola, where mind you, if you stop and pay very close attention to Toyotaro's detail, you can see the muscle tone literally popping out from Granola's back, where I think that this is a good and very solid representation of how you want your characters to look like. So props goes out to Toyotaro for making Granola actually seem like an imposing figure, even though Gas by default kind of...
time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You get? You get? You're my savior.
danger awaits. Think.
You be careful too,
rushing in.
okay? What's the big idea? Thought I was a goner there.
Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
IP, bro.
You'd better make this fun for me.
I need a power key right there.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Please, save me!
Yo, what's up, homie?
My savior.
I hope you get better, Super Saiyan. If you're singing, you gotta start going earlier.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
There's no way a small fry like you stands a chance against the mighty Nappa!
Finally got a match for me. This damn CP.
That's a new power key. Place it
Super
now.
Saiyan MVP.
Holy hell. Oh man.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Thought I heard something. You gonna fight? On.
Damn you! Take home. Go now!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Alright, no problem, Mac.
The startup system is under attack.
Go now!
Somebody kill him, but retreat if you need to. Got it? You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You got the Dragon Balls too late.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think
Guy has all
before
the balls.
rushing in.
Not some...
The startup system's under attack.
Took too long,
It's
bro.
dangerous, so tread carefully if you want.
That guy's sold. Alright, Mac, I'm gonna put the room key. Join.
overshadows him in both muscle and growth, but despite having to be smaller in size, Granola knew exactly what he needed to do in immediately taking action by leaping out of the way and avoiding the strike that Gas had initially intended. But despite Granola trying to get away, Gas still ended up grabbing him, to where he follows up by squeezing Granola's leg in such a violent way that you could also see the lightning emanating from Gas's body onto Granola and shocking him, which again, if you take a look at Granola's expression and demeanor, he looks to be in absolute pain, and all Gas really did at that point was simply grab and electrocute him. But it does not stop there, because even after Gas had grabbed him, he then follows up by tugging Granola forward and slamming his body face down onto the ground, which again went on to create such shockwaves throughout the landscape as you can see the lightning flowing through the sky. This was of course now something a little different than what our heroes were normally accustomed to, because even after slamming Granola's body face down on the ground, Gas had then proceeded in throwing Granola's body out into the distance, where it was Granola now who was shown flying through the forest. He was breaking all of the trees as he was going, but then fortunately enough for Granola, he quickly went on to grab onto the ground and maintaining his balance, but something was off. His eye. It looked as though something had happened in which caused Granola's eye to be severely damaged, because Granola apparently enough could not see what the heck was going on, but it was already too late by the time Granola had even figured out what was going on, because Gas was already hot on his trail, with Gas then following up and grabbing grabbing Granola by the head and picking him up and then once again slamming him back down on the ground. However, this time, Gas didn't just simply slam Granola down and let him go. No, no, no. What Gas ended up doing instead was he wanted to punish Granola. So, in taking the necessary measures needed to inflict as much damage to Granola as possible, Gas was then shown drilling Granola's body through Planet Sorel itself, to where as Monaito, Goku, and Vegeta were overseeing this, they could not believe as to what had happened, because one minute they're overseeing the fight in front of them, and the next thing you know, there was a massive burst that then suddenly echoed behind them, which ultimately turned out to be none other than Gas himself, still clinching onto Granola's skull, as he had not only dug through the entire planet and emerging through the other side, but the moment Gas had then gone on and throwing Granola's body once again out into the distance, the Heaters are now overseeing this with caution, as Gas is shown huffing and puffing, there's saliva dripping down from his mouth, and Maki doesn't seem to be pleased by this, as Maki went on to comment, "See, he's gone and lost his mind again." And with Granola shown on the floor with Gas getting on top of him, Gas was extremely unmerciful and unrelenting in his pursuit of smashing Granola's face in, because with the first strike that he had landed on Granola's head, he had not only managed to knock some blood out of Granola's mouth, but at the same time, he also went on to knock Oatmeal completely off of his head, to where as Gas kept hitting Granola over and over and over again, Goku then went on to comment, "This is nuts. Granola's not gonna last much longer." Hey, old man, says Vegeta, how in the world did Bardock defeat Gas when he was like that? But to the absolute uselessness of Monaito's character, he then went on to respond to Vegeta by telling him, "I was unconscious. I didn't see." To where as we then make our way back to Gas, who was once again shown punching Granola's face in, Maki and Oil went on to arrive as Maki shouts,
We're
"Yo,
7 out of 8,
Gas!
so
Destroying stuff is great and all, but don't let that urge overtake you. Come back to your senses." And Gas tries. As he lays off Granola and standing back up, you can see how Gas is struggling to figure himself out as he's drooling with saliva all over his body. But even then, this doesn't do the Heaters any justice, because then Gas goes on to turn against them in not only unleashing a terrifying scream and dashing directly towards the Heaters, but the moment he did, he went on to momentarily strike both Oil and Maki before having to hit a pile of rocks in front of him, to where this goes on to demonstrate and further showcase the level of craziness that Gas has right now within himself, because even after crashing into this boulder, he then went on to lean back and smashing his own head into the rocks over and over and over again, which again kind of goes as far as to showcase the level of insanity that Gas is going through with having no control over his own body. But out of all people that are presently on the battlefield, Alek doesn't seem to be concerned, as he went on to arrive by responding, "It's fine. Nope, Oil says he's lost his freaking mind. Now what, Alek? Huh? Gas is gonna wreck himself." The universe's strongest warrior should have greater control over his own power than any other, he says. As Gas then once again is shown flying up towards the sky, Goku and Vegeta went on to then oversee something very alarming, in kind of being able to see that Gas was now slowly but surely making his way towards them. By the end, that was exactly what had happened, because as Gas made his way towards our heroes, the first individual that Gas had gone on and targeting among the group was in fact Vegeta, because not only was Gas able to move in with such speed to where Goku even couldn't see him, but the force of the kick itself that Gas had delivered onto Vegeta was so intense and so powerful that as Vegeta's body is shown being slammed up against the rock, as even Vegeta himself is now beginning to cough up blood, just like he had done with Granola, Gas is now beginning to beat down in punching Vegeta over and over and over again. But Goku was not going to sit idly by in allowing for this to happen, as Goku went on to shout Vegeta's name by charging on in, as Gas is still punching Vegeta, but he also goes on to hear Goku, and the moment Goku went on to make his first move, Gas quickly went on to block Goku's punch with his wrist, but the second Gas had gone on and locking eyes with Goku and seeing his face up close, something then went on to alarm Gas in hitting him deep within, because then we get to see how there was a flashback in which predates 40 years ago, and seeing how Bardock was able to defeat Gas, with Bardock being shown doing the exact same move that he had done to protect Planet Vegeta in going up against Frieza,
Yo, what's up,
and
Ivy?
replicating and creating a similar spherical energy and firing it down at Gas, with Gas
How you
looking
doing
on up
tonight?
in utter shock. One can only assume that this gigantic attack was the end result of Gas's downfall, because when going back to the present, out of nowhere, Gas had then gone on and flying on backwards and tumbling on back, with even Goku wondering, huh? Because now Goku indirectly had triggered some sort of PTSD on Gas, because it was very evident that Gas was afraid of Bardock, and to some extent he did lose to him, but all the while with Alek looking on down and still keeping a smile on his face, Alec went on to comment, "Go on, Gas. Remember, you swore never to lose again, right?" As these were the words that were able to then finally calm Gas down, because with everyone looking on in utter shock and disbelief, Gas's body was then shown.
We've been playing for about an hour and 42 minutes so far.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're a big help. Stay calm. Stay calm.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Oh man.
He ran right past me, guys.
Stay calm.
He ran right past me. Jeez. That was close. Y'all want to beat him up?
You're done. Let's go.
Screw you.
Jump through that.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Please help me. Thank you very much.
Flying Nimbus.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Get up.
I owe you. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
R.I.P. bro.
You're not too good at this fighting stuff.
That was some bullshit. You see, that was some bullshit, bro.
Have some real fun.
I'll take good care of you. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Mac with the save.
I owe you one.
Appreciate it, brother.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Flying
You're
Nimbus!
kinda dead. What, you run out of power already, mate?
Nimbus only takes about 20 seconds to come back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stay calm.
That's enough! We did
Well,
it!
that's all for me.
The fastest in the universe!
Mac, it's up to you. Joker, it's up to you. Yo, Ivory, you trying to play next round?
Faster! Somebody's down! Exercise
That sucks.
extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Beautiful!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Oh, no, no, no! What a relief.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Fight! Ha!
Hey,
All right?
thanks a lot.
Damn.
That's a bit much. Ah!
Once she dies, the escape time machine will come. Or he might not even kill her. Yeah, he's purposely not killing her because he doesn't want the time machine, escape time machine to come out. So Mac, you gotta find that C key. Doesn't look like he's gonna kill you there.
You serious?
Unless he gets mad.
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
This is trolling, bro. Mac, go set that C key and just get it over with.
Jeez.
Somebody's down.
Now he's mad.
Exercise extreme
You guys took
caution
too
if
long.
you're going to help them. startup system from the central area. Just a little while, and you're done.
Solar flare! Position!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Ginyu Force! Ginyu! This is perfect!
Do you want him out? If there's anyone who wants join the match, speak now or forever hold your peace. You got 1 minute. Yo, Ivory, you playing?
having to condense itself back down as we see something different occur as his body is more toned, there's smoke emanating from his joints, and with Gas then shown opening his eyes, we then go back to Gas's adult form with only this time additional horns being added to his forehead, with the assumption now that Gas was able to fully control his Berserker form. As Gas was shown looking on, that's when Alec responded, "Yes, there you go. It looks like he had some kind of awakening," Goku says. "My little brother is the strongest in the universe for real now. Go on, Gas. Annihilate those who stand in our way." Which, interestingly enough, as Chapter 80 comes to a close, this chapter established the overall idea that it would only now appear as though Gas seems to have more levels to him, as he had now gone as far as to visibly change due to a secondary transformation, which one would only imagine now would give Gas even more leverage than how he was shown having prior, as the overall fight between him and Granola, I will say in my opinion, was a spectacular fight, only because you can almost feel their hatred emanating from each page, as of course Granola and Gas have a long-standing problem. They were both looking to annihilate each other by the very end, as of course Granola was shown holding the advantage briefly. Our heroes now, during this point in time, seem to be at a significant disadvantage now that Gas had powered up again. We now find ourselves entering Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 81, with Alec having to oversee the entirety of the battlefield, with Goku and Vegeta having to now bear witness to the transformation that Gas had just went through the admission of Alec, and now claiming that Gas now is without question the mightiest warrior in the universe. Our heroes at this point are trying to figure out and seeing what Gas was about to do next, until before Goku and Vegeta could even realize it, Gas went on to glare at both of them and freezing them in place, to where out of nowhere Goku and Vegeta seemingly couldn't move. They were having trouble standing, as they were left baffled as to what had just happened, as Vegeta went on to comment, what now, Goku asks? "My body feels heavy." As with Gas just being shown having to stand there and smiling, Vegeta went on to continue, "Damn it, he's hit us with some sort of spell. This is bad. We need to keep it together, or we'll be crushed by his sheer power." But even then, despite having both Alec and Gas having to oversee Goku and Vegeta be frozen in place, out of nowhere, a bloody and battered Granola ends up teleporting right behind Alec and wanting to finally get his revenge by finishing Alec off once and for all, as with all things considered, this is the first time that Granola is directly targeting Alec for what he had done, as Granola was not looking to play around and absolutely meaning business in what he wanted to do, because as Granola was shown having to wind his fist back in assumingly going for the finishing blow. Alec could not believe that Granola was still in this fight to begin with, but Alec wasn't the only one to have noticed this, as Gas had also gone on to spot Granola as well, as before you know it, with Granola shown having to then make his move, Granola then went on to shout, "I won't stand for what you've done!" But it was only then during that moment where out of nowhere Gas had proceeded to raise his arm up in the air, in not only being shown having to point his fingers directly at Alec, but what Gas had managed to do was right before Granola had gone for the finishing blow, out of nowhere, Alec just disappeared. And what Gas had done was Gas had completely relocated Alec's body in having to teleport him away from Granola, and from there displaying even more feats in now being able to teleport anyone he wants at any given time to essentially any location of his choosing, as he was then shown having to save Alec from Granola, as even Granola himself could not believe as to what had just happened, as this also left Goku and Vegeta baffled, as Alec was so casually shown having to stand there and smiling at Granola. He then went on to acknowledge Granola by telling him, "Didn't anyone teach you not to throw punches at your employer? That's just bad manners," as Granola went on to shout, "You murdered my mother!" Let's get one thing straight, Alec says. "I decided to let you live, Granola. And not just my mother," Granola says. "If not for you, nobody on this planet would have had to die." And as Granola was then shown having to put his hands together and not willing to wait on anyone nor hold back any of his power to finish off Alec once and for all, Alec by no means was worried by what Granola was about to do, as he kept on laughing in front of Granola's face by telling him, "You've got quite the nasty attitude considering you owe me your life. You realize we could have killed you at any point, right? Even right now," Alec says. To where out of nowhere, it was only then right before Granola had fired his attack at Alec, Gas had ended up having to emerge from beneath Granola and then being shown having to kick Granola directly in his arms, which had subsequently enough resulted in both of Granola's arms having to snap upon impact, as the sheer force and intensity from the new so-called strongest warrior in Universe 7 was so impactful that you could literally almost feel the pain and anguish coming from Granola's face, because without the ability to now use his arms in battle, Granola was essentially
time machine, as well as a crate of supplies.
Still play after
Here's how to launch.
You're just sick.
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You have my thanks.
This guy's still coming over here, bro.
Needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Actually, I need to go this way. There she is.
Is anyone out there? Is anyone out there?
Damn, I just lost this guy.
Anyone out there? Thank you very much.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
1 key. He's level 3, that's not good.
That's a new power key. Place it now. be careful too, okay? Holy hell. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Come on, Dad, with key sense.
Hey, great!
So annoying.
You found another power key. Use it quick. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Burley's too strong, guys. Don't even get mad. Look for this damn E key. Nothing, bro.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
This is something.
Flying Nimbus!
I was gonna go sit that other key. The other guy's going.
Oh, man.
system
What's the
from the
big
central
idea?
area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Bastard!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
I owe you one.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Flying Nimbus!
I don't know what the heck is going on in this game right now. Go do something, bro. This game got sabotaged, bro. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Here comes the pain! Come forth, Shenron!
Now, state your understood.
You're done!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Oh man.
The guy who took the transfer, is a loser, bro.
Ah!
There's nothing much I can do.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Yo, behind you! Bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on in this match, but we almost won. I don't know what the hell, my mic stopped working. And I don't know what the hell that guy was doing, but he almost lost. That guy who stole the transfer from me, he sold at the end. Yeah, he was body camping. It's all good.
Rendered useless, as Granola was shown having to scream in absolute agony until Gas had wanted to make sure that Granola had felt every ounce of pain that he had coming, because with Gas shown having to extend his arms out and pointing out 2 fingers directly in Granola's face, what Gas had carried out in doing was Gas ended up shooting both of Granola's eyes out, and thus making sure that Granola by no means had the usage of his cerulean eyes in combat, to where as Granola's seemingly unconscious and bloody body having to be shown floating backwards, with Goku and Vegeta both shocked as to what had just happened, it was only then where Granola had bumped into Alec, to where in a very sadistic and sinister way with Alec shown smiling, he then went on to address Granola by telling him, "I gotta thank you for all of those jobs you did for us. Here, if nothing else, you get to die the same way your mommy did. See ya, Granola." As it was only then, right then and there during that moment, to where Alec had gone in keeping his word to do to Granola exactly what he had done to Granola's mother, and that's going all the way by Alec shown having to pull the trigger and thus being shown having to blow a massive hole through Granola's body, to where in my own opinion, I absolutely love the level of desperation that Toyotaro had captured in this manga chapter, because at this point the audience has no other choice but to sympathize for Granola, because not only is Granola tired from fighting Goku, from fighting Vegeta, but at the same time he has his arms broken, he has his eyes shot out, and at this stage in the game he has his entire intestines blown out by the very man that killed his mother, which ultimately resulted in Monaito and Goku and Vegeta being left absolutely baffled, because even they themselves could not believe as to how far Alec was willing to go to see this through, in which by the end, once it was all said and done, Granola's body had then tumbled into one of the cerulean lakes, with Gas appearing next to Alec as Alec was shown having to casually put away his gun. He then went on to smile and responding, "That was a long time coming. You don't mind, do you?" Alec asks. "That I finished him off? I was no longer interested in him," Gas says. "How could they?" Goku says. "And my body, it still won't move right." But even then, despite not having the ability to move, to the unexpected surprise of Goku, similar to what Vegeta had done during the events of the Tournament of Power prior to Jiren eliminating Vegeta from the tournament, Vegeta from there had gone on and given Goku the remainder of his energy in making sure that Goku was the one to fully be healed up, as even Goku himself could not believe the actions that Vegeta had took in order to restore his energy, because despite the overall circumstances at hand, Vegeta knew that it was up to Goku to see this through, as a tired Vegeta was shown giving his all to Goku, with Goku then having to turn his head and responding, "Hang on, Vegeta, was that the last of my energy?" "Yes," Vegeta says. "Use it wisely." Are you sure about that?" Goku says. "Better than us dying here," Vegeta responds. "You can still fight, so do something about that scumbag," Vegeta shouts. As with Goku then shown having to heed Vegeta's words, Gas went on to address Alec by telling him, "Alec, I felt conflicted earlier, but in the end it was indeed necessary that I become the universe's greatest warrior. I am grateful that you made the wish," he says. "Hey, enough of that," says Alec. I'd do anything for my dear little brother. Besides, your job doesn't end here, Alex says. We can't afford to waste any more time, so just kill them already, Alex says. Very well, Gas responds, but then, as with Gas then being shown having to turn his head and noticing how Goku had jumped immediately into Super Saiyan Blue, this really went on to take Gas by surprise, as Goku did not waste any more time in dashing directly towards him, to where as Goku was then shown having to get close enough in getting ready to kick Gas directly down onto the ground, this was exactly what Goku had gone on and doing, but Gas was actually quick enough in shielding himself from Goku's attack, to where as quickly as it happened with Gas shown having to land on his feet and with Goku shown having to teleport down onto the ground, you can almost kind of feel the tension between the two, and yes, it is kind of disappointing that Goku is not using Mastered Ultra Instinct against him, but even then with Gas being shown smiling, he then went on to address Goku by telling him, "You broke free of my spell, I see. Good on you." And you can see it on Goku's face that he's angry, but at the same time, he's trying to stabilize his emotions, which is ultimately Goku's biggest problem now, as he can't seem to stabilize his emotions, but he still tries to do so anyway, because as Goku was shown taking a deep breath in and then taking a deep breath out, he then went on to address Gas by telling him, "I've got no real reason to fight you, so could you just leave this planet already?" With Gas being shown laughing and responding, "Calm and collected, are we? No rage over the death of your friend?" "Oh, I'm mad," Goku says, "but anger is an emotion that messes with my special move." "I don't understand," Gas says, to where out of nowhere, Alec went on to chime in by telling Goku, "Now that you know our plan, we can't let you live. Begging for your life won't save you, Saiyan." "You heard him," says Gas, to where as quickly as he promised, Gas in fact actually meant business, because out of nowhere what Gas ended up doing was Gas was then shown having to spawn a massive wall of spikes that was then shown having to descend down on Goku, as Gas was ultimately looking to pancake Goku, but at the same time Goku was actually fast enough in moving out of the way. But with Gas having many tricks up his sleeve, by no means was Gas finished, because it was only then out of nowhere once again, Gas attempted to sandwich Goku in squishing him behind two gigantic walls of spikes, which Goku was shown barely having to hold on to, because Goku at that point had realized that Gas was willing to go to any extent in order to see Goku die, which as a means of having to go to any measure to see this through, Goku was shown struggling until he was quickly able to fly up above as the walls came crashing in on each other. But Gas was by no means finished, because from there, Gas ended up spawning even more walls of spikes, 6 to be exact, in which terrifyingly enough, Gas had control of each and every single one of them. So as a means of using telekinesis, he attempted to have these walls cave in on Goku as a method of having to smack into him, but once again Goku was shown having to act on instinct in ducking and dodging and getting out of the way from each and every single one of these gigantic strikes. But by no means was this an easy task for Goku to overcome, but it was only then during that moment where Goku had managed to grab onto one of them and use one of these gigantic walls of spikes as a weapon himself in smashing through the remaining walls that were around him, which ultimately prompted Gas in falling back a bit, until Gas had then looked on over to the side and noticing an abandoned city with a train station right next to it. So once again, as a method of doing everything and anything he can to see Goku die, Gas ended up levitating all of the surrounding objects, which included buildings and cars and buses, and had sent them all hurtling towards Goku's direction, with Goku being completely caught off guard by it, which even then, to Goku's credit, he was able to duck, dodge, and avoid each and every single one of these buildings that were thrown towards Goku. But even then, Goku was shown having to take a moment just to catch his breath, but it was only then where that would cost him, because out of nowhere what Gas ended up doing was Gas ended up throwing an entire train at Goku and causing a massive collision between the two, because as Goku's body was shown being smacked by the train and then being shown having to make its way around the planet, Goku could not believe as to what the heck was going on, as even Maki and Oil were observing this and responding. Gas can send super huge things flying now, I love it! As with Goku trying to do his best in stabilizing himself, what he ended up doing as an act of desperation was quickly leap on backwards, in thus having to make his way on top of the train. Until then, he was met by none other than Gas, in thus giving us a little bit of a reference in going back to Spider-Man 2 involving Peter Parker's Spider-Man and of course Doc Ock, in which as Gas was then shown waiting for Goku, he then went on to acknowledge Goku by telling him, "Thank you for humoring me with my toys and tools. I wanted to test my power," Gas says. "I wasn't expecting this to kill you." Well, Go on, show me the extent of your strength as the son of that vexing Saiyan. As Goku was then shown doing exactly that, because as Goku was then making his way towards Gas, he was attempting to do his best in connecting a strike on Gas, but unbeknownst to Goku, he wasn't even able to hit him. So not only was Gas making light work of Super Saiyan Blue Goku by avoiding each and every single one of his strikes, but Gas was essentially dancing around Goku. He was avoiding all of his strikes until Gas from there had found his opening in connecting a thunderous strike to Goku's stomach, to where you can visually see the pain that's on Goku's face, but even then, Goku's not giving up anyway, right? Because from there, he still attempts to strike Gas, but once again, to no avail, until Gas ends up grabbing Goku by the throat and telling him, "I see not even a hint of fire in your eyes." Why, Gas asks. But Goku can't really answer because he's getting choked out, so what Goku ends up doing instead is Goku grabs onto Gas's hand and he ends up flipping Gas backwards, to where once more, Goku's not about the talking, but he's more or less about the action, so he ends up going after Gas again, until once again Gas had ended up tricking Goku once more by now having yet another train slam into him, which almost now kind of feels like a nightmare. And with Vegeta having to observe this, Vegeta also went on to then chime in, "What does that fool think he's doing?" As with Gas shown having to stand on another train opposite to Goku, he then went on to address Goku by telling him, "When it comes to combat, your father's fierce resolve was like no other. I do not sense that from you," Gas says. But once again, Goku's not trying to hear it, because from there, Goku went on to leap towards Gas yet again, only this time, instead of having to connect a punch to Gas, Goku ends up connecting a punch to the train instead. As you can almost kind of feel the confusion emanating from Gas, as Gas went on to ask, "Are you truly his son?" with Goku responding, "I hit my head when I was little and lost all of my memories up to that point. So I don't remember a thing about my dad or the other Saiyans," Goku says. "That explains it," Gas responds. "You cannot comprehend who you really are then. I could never fall to one such as you," he says. As with the flick of a finger, what Gas ends up doing is, while Goku was still on top of the train, in making sure that he had held Goku in place, what Gas ended up doing was Gas from there had purposely sent the train having to fly on down into one of the Cerulean lakes, as Goku's body was shown having to descend on down deeper and deeper into the water, and with Gas then shown having to make his way down, not only was Gas able to create a massive whirlpool within the lake itself, but at the same time, it almost appeared as though Gas was using similar abilities to that of Darth Vader, because while on the other side of this massive wall of water, Gas was shown choking Goku from within by telling him, "The inability to breathe causes you pain? What a frail species. How about I suffocate you then," Gas says. What a pathetic death that would be. But despite having to be choked out at the bottom of a lake, Goku was then shown having to reach on out and doing what he could to stop Gas from choking him, as Gas went on to smile and responding, "Not a fan of that idea, I see. It would not satisfy me either," he says, until Goku out of nowhere ended up shooting a ki blast, to where Gas ended up catching that exact same ki blast, in them being shown having to throw it right back at Goku, while mind you, while remaining at the bottom of a lake while still being choked out with nothing to defend himself with. So, with Gas then having to throw this attack back at Goku, there was a massive explosion that had occurred underwater that ultimately sent water splashing everywhere, including hitting Maki in oil, as Maki went on to respond, "Why did he have to aim that splash zone our way? Jeez." But to the heater's surprise, Goku was in fact still alive, as Goku was shown holding onto his stomach and responding, "Darn it, how can I beat this guy?" "I see now," Gas says. "That explains how you people keep recovering after enough time has passed," he says. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Goku had then gone on and sensing something, because as Goku went on to turn his head, he then quickly noticed how Monaito did in fact save Granola from drowning in doing what he could in his best attempts to heal him, as despite his best efforts in doing so, Monaito then went on to shout, "I won't allow another soul to die. Not on my watch," Monaito says. As with Granola now literally left for dead, with his only hope now being Monaito, Goku went on to realize this and shouting, "Granola! He's not dead after all!" As this went on to shock everyone, Vegeta, Maki, Oil, Elec, and even Gas, as you can visually see how angry Gas was by this, as Gas went on to respond, "Monaito possesses the ability to heal. He should be the first to die then." As this now became Gas's main mission in seeing this through by having to kill off Monaito once and for all, to where as Gas was then shown making his way ever so closer towards Monaito, Goku was not willing to let that happen, happen. So what Goku ended up doing instead was Goku ended up catching up to Gas and then having to wrap his body around him and basically having to go wherever Gas was about to travel to, and with Goku then quickly having to reposition himself and putting his fingers on his forehead, Goku seemingly enough had a plan as Gas went on to respond, what do you hope to achieve? As it was only then, poof, out of nowhere, both Gas and Goku had then vanished, and this left everybody baffled as to where they went, as we only then take a look how Jocko was on this random planet and having to buy food, and really not being shown looking for trouble. He really wasn't on duty, so he was just minding his business until then, out of nowhere, because of Goku being shown having to use his instant transmission in teleporting on this random planet, both Gas and Goku came tumbling on down, as Jocko was absolutely shocked to see Goku there to begin with, because this was the last person that Jocko had ever expected to see, as Jocko went on to shout, "Is that you, Goku?" "You bet, Jocko," Goku says, "and I'm real glad that we're on a nearby planet." "Where are we?" Gas asks. Heck if I know, Goku says. "What I can say is that you'd never be able to make it here with your version of instant teleportation." "You still believe a technique of yours is superior to my own?" Gas asks. "Sure do," Goku says. "I've been using that move for years and years, and it's not a simple one to master." But Gas was getting real sick of hearing Goku's mouth, so what Gas ended up doing instead was Gas actually attempted to attack Goku by striking him, but unbeknownst to Gas, to his own surprise, he ended up missing his attacks as Goku ended up adapting the principles of Ultra Instinct into Super Saiyan Blue, eerily similar to how he did against Granola during the events of Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 73, as this in fact did go as far as to serve its purpose, with Goku then shown having to block off one of Gas's kicks, in literally being shown creating a shockwave that went on to rock the entire city, and with Goku noticing this, he then quickly came up with a plan in having to bait Gas by asking him, "Can you really follow me wherever I go?" And Goku did exactly that, because it was only then where out of nowhere once again, Goku had vanished right before Gas had kicked him, in stringing Gas along to follow him wherever he may go, and with Gas having to then look around, he then went on to respond, "Don't underestimate my power," to where just like Goku, Gas had then ended up using instant teleportation in leaving Jocko on the floor by responding, "Sheesh, that idiot already found another bad guy to fight? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see anything," Jocko says. And with Jocko left being shown standing there and breathing a sign of relief, it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 81 then comes to a close. Now what this manga chapter I think establishes very well is the overall threat level that Gas is now by comparison to Goku, to Vegeta, and even Granola, because despite Granola trying to do the best that he possibly can in getting the better of both Gas and even trying to get to Alec, he was not only beaten down by both parties, but also was from there shown being shot from behind, as Alec had gone as far as to draw his gun, in almost succeeding in killing Granola before anyone could do anything about it, as there is no doubt about the fact that I do believe that this manga chapter specifically illustrates the case in point of tension more so than anything else. It was only from there where we now find ourselves entering Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter number 82, only this time around it looks as though Goku had brought Gas by using instant transmission to a remote location where the Galactic Patrol members are seemingly enough looking as though they're fixing some of their satellites, which more so than anything else, even the Galactic Patrol HQ members are going on to put this into question by asking, "What the?" Because this was the last thing that any of the Galactic Patrol members were expecting to see, as Gas was then shown having to kick Goku with such tremendous amounts of force that by the time Goku had blocked it off by using his forearm, with Gas having to be shown letting off, we can then take a look at Goku's forearm and seeing the marks that Gas was beginning to leave on him, because not only was Goku's body from there being shown shaking, but even though he is overpowered by Gas, as Gas is the strongest warrior in Universe 7, by no means is Goku willing to let up despite Gas having to continuously attack him, because even though it kind of seems as though Goku's using more of a defensive approach than he is offensively, Gas from there just kept on attacking Goku over and over and over again until Goku's reaction time was fast enough, and from there having to use instant transmission in getting out of harm's way, and once again having to bait Gas into following him to another location, in which he did, because this time around it looks as though Goku and Gas are fighting within an unknown area, once again within an unknown city, which surprisingly enough at the very bottom we then take a look at the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 ring announcer and singer, which coincidentally enough we haven't seen since the days of the Universe 6 versus Universe 7 tournament, which even then from there as Goku uses instant transmission again, Gas ends up following him, only this time they both end up once again teleporting to a different location as they're battling it out with the Galactic Patrol members having to watch, which kind of seems as though Goku is dragging Gas from point A to point B to point C to point D in doing the best that he possibly can, and once again using instant transmission once more, only this time around, when Goku finally ends up using instant transmission again with Gas following him, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "You cannot escape me," but instead of responding, what Goku does is Goku simply goes on to point something out to Gas, as Gas shockingly then looks on over, without even having to suspect it, tons and tons of amounts of cement are then being shown poured on him, as the poor individual that just so happened to have done this was none other than Monaka, with Goku from there having to acknowledge as to what had just happened by making some cheeky comments at Gas by telling him, "That's what you get for warping so recklessly." And Gas is pissed because as he's beginning to slowly then get back up, that's when Goku went on to make yet another cheeky comment at Gas by telling him, "Go clean up in the river over there, I don't mind, we can get back to fighting after that." But then, instead of actually having to listen to Goku and cleaning on up, what Gas does instead is he ends up rushing Goku once again by shouting, "Silence!" to where as soon as Gas was once again shown making contact with Goku, it was only then where out of nowhere, they disappeared. Only this time around, instead of being outside on a planet, they actually end up inside of one of these massive ships, to where as soon as both Gas and Goku are shown making re-entry, Gas actually ends up falling inside of a bathtub, which just so happens to house the Galactic Patrol King, as Goku went on to smile and responding, "There you go, perfect time for a bath." With the poor Galactic King being taken back by the unexpected arrival, we then notice how Gas was slowly beginning to rise up out of the tub, which one could only imagine the amount of embarrassment that Gas was beginning to feel with Goku having to make such comments, as all the while we then go back to Monaito, who was desperately shown having to heal Granola, with
Yeah,
Elec
that's
then
why they're
being
such
shown
high
having to
levels.
descend on down next to Maki and Oil. That's when Elec went on to comment, "Now where did those two go?" "He's buying time," Vegeta says, "jumping from planet to planet." "Oil, get a lock on Gas's position via the tracker in his comms device," Elec says. "Got it," Oil responds. As we then once again go back to Goku and Gas, it looks as though they have now made their way onto the Galactic Patrol prison, with Gas being shown having to kick Goku so hard, in which Goku went on to hit the wall behind him, as all of the prisoners around them seemed to be getting quite the show. It was only then where Gas went on to tell Goku, "Enough of this, stop leaping from one location to another," with Goku responding, "You ready to admit that I'm better than you at instant teleportation? You're still going on about that?"
waiting for you
Gas
guys to come
asks,
back.
as unbeknownst to all of the other prisoners, it was only right then and there where some of them went on to actually recognize in seeing Gas for the first time in a very long time, as one of them went on to comment, "Hey, ain't that the Heater's kid's brother?" "Oh yeah," Yumba says, "he used to be the real little guy." "Psst, kiddo, remember us? It's been a while, huh? Looks like you got a bone to pick with Son Goku too. Bust us out of this joint and we'll lend you a hand," one of them says. As with Gas being shown having to look on over, he then went on to respond, "The dregs of Sagambo's gang, huh? I have no need of your aid." This kid's really full of himself, huh? "Remember the first time we met him?" Yumba asks. "He was so scared that he wet himself." And Gas went on to pause by then responding, "I did not urinate on myself." "Nah, you totally wet yourself," Yumba said. All like, "Big brother, I'm scared, help me." As everyone within the prison was then beginning to laugh at Gas, including Goku, that's when Goku went on to ask, "Is that true?" "I said there was no urination involved," Gas utters. "What about the wet stain that we saw then?" Yumba asks. "Does your tribe cry out of their crotches?" "Sick burn, man." "I did not wet myself," Gas shouts. "It was only a few drops because I had been holding it for so long." As this now became very awkward within the Galactic Patrol prison, as Goku went on to comment, "Well, dang, you really did wet yourself." As in the meantime, when going back to the Heaters, Oil is trying to do his best in locking onto Gas, as Oil went on to respond, "Gotta lock on his signal. He's in the Galactic prison." "What are they doing there?" Maki asks. "Nope, just hang on," Oil says. "They just warped even further away." "That idiot," Elec utters, as once more we then get to see how indeed both Goku and Gas had leapt away onto another planet, with Goku then having to ask, "So, you just do everything your big brother says? You're way stronger than him. I bet that you could make your own choices," with Gas responding, "I seek power for Elec's sake alone. I follow his commands in order to make the Heaters the supreme organization in the U."
Leave the room key up for a minute. Did you kick him? No, I didn't kick nobody. But the room key's available if you guys still want to play. Or if anyone new wants to join. Yeah, I think Ivy's gone. You got 7 out of 8 players, so match should start soon.
Universe, to where as soon as Gas was then shown having to fire multiple attacks at Goku, Goku was then quick enough in having to leap out of the way and instant teleporting behind Gas by then telling him, "Oh, gotcha. I guess you really respect your brother, huh? I was once the weakest among us," Gas went on to tell Goku, "but Alec raised me to this level. I would do anything for him," with Goku responding, "Sure. That explains it," he says. Alec's will is absolute, with Goku then asking, "Are you sure about that? How far can you actually trust him? My own brother almost killed me a while back, so you might want to watch your back," Goku tells him, and Gas once again seems to be very annoyed because as we once more then go back to the heaters, that's when Maki went on to ask, "So what's next, Alec?" "Never mind them for now," Alec responds. "The only ones left are here and half dead already. Let's mop up these stranglers first." "Sweet," Maki says. "Sounds like it's our turn for some action." As with Monaito trying to do everything that he possibly can in patching up Granola quick enough, both Maki and Oil look like they're just about to make their move, as all the while Gas was shown having to blast Goku down with a massive energy blast, with Goku trying to do his best and holding it back. You can almost kind of see the struggle between the two because Gas is getting the better of Goku during this initial struggle, to where once again Goku demonstrates the usage of his instant transmission by having to completely vanish, and thus resulting in Gas's energy blast having to go right through the giant asteroid that they were on, as Gas looked baffled because he was trying to do his best in figuring out where Goku was, as Goku out of nowhere had then instant transmission himself within one of the Galactic Patrol's spaceships, with all of the patrollers inside seemingly confused, with Goku then shown looking down on his hands. You can almost kind of tell the physical amounts of damage that this fight is beginning to take on Goku, because not only are his hands beginning to get charred, not only is his body beginning to shake, but Goku now is beginning to understand the gravity of the situation, as he then went on to respond, "Darn, I can't keep playing defense much longer." But then, that's when Goku went on to, interestingly enough, detect something, as he then went on to respond, "Wait a second, there we go," he says, as right before Gas had made his initial strike behind
This is going to be the mother of all battles, one unlike any other.
Alright, guys. Let's get this W.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help.
Are you here to save me?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Damn, already?
Oh, looky here. The poor things can't move a muscle.
Raiders and E.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
No fair. I'm gonna be done here in no time flat.
Anyone out there?
Mac, you need this?
You're my savior.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Let's say these keys. Mac, run.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Oh, come on!
I just set the key before he
Thought I was a goner there.
Good job, big baby.
Welcome. Thank you. Oh, welcome. Oh.
Alright, right now. Captain A. Let's see.
Great. You know what to do with that key. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Flying Nimbus! Stay calm. Stay calm.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Holy hell.
Come for a drink.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
You want to get closer.
Here comes the pain!
Weird.
Special beam!
There's only one on this time machine, guys. What happened? Back stole my drink.
I owe you one.
What you got?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
It's the window. Go to the time machine. Let's go, big baby MVP. Let's go. GG, guys. Good game.
We got the W. Good game, guys. Good game.
Big baby with the MVP at the end. I think the Raider had the last ball.
No!
behind Goku, all of a sudden once again Goku had vanished, and Gas is pissed because again he has to follow him. As to the surprise of everyone, we then take a look at how Whis and the Oracle Fish seem to be riding on top of a dinosaur and simply going about by minding their business and eating upon a sundae, as Whis went on to ask, isn't it delectable, Oracle Fish? But then all of a sudden, as they're eating their ice cream, Whis went on to notice how Gas and Goku had out of nowhere appeared, as Whis asks, Goku? Lucky for me you're hanging out in this realm, Whis, Goku says. And why have you come to me, Whis asks. Who is this, Gas asks. My master, Goku responds, who happens to be an angel. As Gas seems to be a little taken back by this, as Goku went on to ask Whis, sorry Whis, but can I leave this guy with you for a minute? Uh-huh. See ya, Gas, Goku says, as out of nowhere, once again, Goku ends up using instant transmission to, interestingly enough, go back to each and every single location that him and Gas had battled on, in leaping from point A to point B to point C to point D to point E, and really throwing Gas off his game, because with the gap in distance that Goku had created in bringing Gas this far along, one would only imagine that Gas has absolutely no chance in using instant transmission to get back onto planet Sorel, because that was the exact location in which Goku was going to, as Gas was taken back by this by responding, did he just... no way! As lo and behold, right before Maki and Oil had made their move on Monaito, out of nowhere, Goku had used used instant transmission in getting right in between them, in once again having to prove exactly why he is the man. As Goku went on to stand on up and turning back, Maki and Oil were shocked as Maki asks, how are you back here alone? What did you do with Gas? As when going back to Gas, Gas is trying to do his best in using his own variation of instant transmission, but he can't seem to get a lock on Goku as Gas went on to respond, crap. Where did he go? If you must know, Whis adds, Goku returned back to planet Sorel. It is a distance too great for you to warp directly. Which way is planet Sorel? Gas asks. Which direction? Whis asks. That way, he points out. As the very second Whis had gone in pointing out where Goku was, Gas from there went on to display such tremendous amounts of speed in having to leap from the planets deep into outer space with such tremendous amounts of velocity that even Whis went on to acknowledge this by responding, oh my, why couldn't he have stayed more for a visit, especially when this planet has such scrumptious desserts, right, Oracle Fish? Who was that, the Oracle Fish asks. As all the while with Granola partially patched up, that's when Goku went on to aid Granola by then having to tell Monaito, Gas will be back soon, so I bought us some time. Let's get to safety for now, he adds. As out of the blue, we then see how a vehicle had then began to approach Goku, and in it, we see how Vegeta was already on board as Oatmeal seems to be operating it, as Oatmeal went on to respond, get in, let's take shelter at the old man's house. It's you, Goku says. Granola's talking half goggle thing. You can turn into a robot too? That's neat. Heads up, they're gonna run, Maki shouts. Should we unleash our inner natures and fight them, Maki asks, with Elec responding, don't be stupid. The two of you could never beat that Saiyan. We'll retreat for now and wait for Gas to get back, Elec says. Oil. Keep an eye on them in the meantime. Got it, Oil says. And with Goku, Vegeta, Monaito, and Granola now shown having to head back to Monaito's house, it was more interesting than anything else to see how Whis had then gone in contacting Goku, as Whis went on to then ask, hello? Goku? Huh? Where did this thing come from, Goku asks. I planted it on you earlier, which you have to admit is very, very impressive for someone like Whis to do without anyone having to notice, because even Goku went on to put this into question by asking, you did? But how? When? I must say, I can't abide you by interrupting my dessert time. Sorry, Goku says, but you were just the right distance away and I knew that he had to behave himself around you. Speaking of Gas, Whis says, he's hurtling towards you at breakneck speed. Huh? He could fly through space, Goku asks? He should reach your location within 20 of your Earth minutes, he says. 20 minutes isn't enough for me to heal Granola, Monaito shouts. By the way, has your training borne fruit yet, Goku? Honestly, I'm still having a lot of trouble with it, Goku says. I just can't keep my heart calm the way you do, Whis. That's understandable, Whis says. As an angel, I am a fundamentally different life form than you. How many times must I tell you, Whis asks? It's up to you to discover your own unique version of Ultra Instinct, which is very interesting, which from there Whis went on to continue by then telling Goku, listen to the voice within you. Deep down, what are you really?
The room got disbanded. I'm gonna put the room key back on. Everyone join
son
again.
Of Bardock, Monaito shouts. There's something I should show you. Oh, Goku responds? To where as we only then make our way back inside of Monaito's house, we see how both Goku and Vegeta are placing Granola on Monaito's bed, as Monaito went on to reach on for something by telling everyone, here we are, as lo and behold we then notice how Monaito had pulled out a scouter to where
Everyone join the room again.
where both Vegeta and Goku were taken back as Monaito went on to continue. Yep, left behind by Bardock himself, he adds. It's yours now, by all rights, he continues. This Scouter was my dad's, Goku asks. Allow me, Vegeta says, and as Vegeta went on to put the Scouter on, he then went on to test it out by responding, it's broken. However, there's evidence saved of audio data. I thought so, Monaito continues. I've had it for 40 years, but I could never get it to play. What kind of data is it, Goku asks? It should be a recording of the fight against Gas. We might figure out how Bardock won that battle if we can get it to work. To where as both Vegeta and Goku are shocked, Vegeta went on to chime in, Bulma could repair it, but give it to me, Oatmeal says. I can access the circuitry directly and play the audio via my speakers, as all the while deep within space, we then see how Gas is making his way ever so closer towards planet Sorel at such incredible speed that I absolutely love how angry he is because of course he was embarrassed, he was left behind, and essentially enough he has a lot to prove as the heroes are shown back on their ship. As Maki went on to respond, Gas is headed back our way and he's super fast. That's speed, and that's without a spaceship. He's really some kind of ultimate being now, she adds. As Oatmeal then quickly tries to scramble in accessing the circuitry, we then had finally noticed how Oatmeal had done it, with Vegeta responding, it's powered back up. To where as soon as Oatmeal was then able to access the audio, we then hear how Bardock went on to shout, that attack had to have had some
Early
effect.
again.
Monaito, use this chance to get as far away as you can, as even Monaito
Never
was
set the
shocked
key
and
as fast as
responding,
possible.
that's Bardock's voice. I'll slow Gas down, Bardock shouts. Listen to me. The two of you have to stay alive. Stay alive, Bardock mentions, and it was only this where out of nowhere Goku's memories were then beginning to come back to him, as this was the last thing that Goku had heard before having to be sent off to Earth, before Frieza had destroyed
Alright, got you.
Vegeta, to where as Goku's beginning to access his memories, in remembering both his mother and his father having to bid their goodbyes, it was only right then and there where Bardock was shown addressing Goku by telling him, you have to stay alive. As this went on to trigger Goku's memories so much so that we
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch.
You're a
Find
big
the power
help.
keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Max, set that key as fast as possible.
Someone!
If you can.
You're my savior.
Alright,
Great. You know what to do
Yo.
with that key.
set that key as fast as possible. If you can.
That's a new power key. Place it
One
now.
over there. Where is that?
No.
Here is an E. I'm gonna head to E. Hit that key. I think the Raiders in A now. Looks like the Raiders heading towards B. Raider is somewhere around here.
Welcome. Oh. Thank you.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Looks like he's destroying B. So we just have to find the A key.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Stay calm.
Finally, someone who knows what to do. Go to the time machine.
Crap. Ah! Ah!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Mac, give me that shield of mine. Thank you.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Here comes a pain. Stay calm.
Yeah.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to.
Mac, it's up to you.
I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the
down.
enemy back. Ally down! If you intend to Rescue them. Watch out for enemies.
Trash will always be trash.
Escape time machine flex. Get out of there.
A monster! I'm the devil himself!
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Finished already? If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more suffering. The end is nigh!
Yeah, you got body cam, bro. Or what you call it? Joker got body cam. The other person got body cam, but Broly's OP. He's broken.
So what can we do? We just have to hope we get a bad Broly player.
We then go back 40 years
In the
ago
meantime,
and seeing
between time-
Bardock actually fight Gas, to where Monaito was shown having to do his best in staying out of harm's way, as we only then take a look at how intense the battle between Bardock and Gas was, because as Bardock was shown having to wind his fist back and making his way ever so closer to Gas, Bardock was shown having to rock Gas with such tremendous amounts of force that as soon as Gas was sent crashing on through the forest and landing on his feet, that's when Gas went on to look on up by responding. Judging from his tail, I suppose he must be a Saiyan, and a powerful fighter too. We believed only low-class grunts could be sent on this planet, he continues. Perhaps we were wrong. As with Bardock shown having to make his way down and being the aggressor of this battle and fighting off Gas by himself, the moment Gas was shown having to step on back and then unleashing a gigantic energy blast directly at Bardock, Bardock from there was actually being displayed as being strong enough to knock the blast away, as he then quickly closed on in and uppercutting Gas directly in the stomach before kicking him in the face. One could only imagine as to how intense this battle actually was, because yes, Bardock was the aggressor, and indeed Bardock was the one that was bringing the fight to Gas, to where as soon as Gas had once again hit the forest below, that's when Bardock was shown having to catch his breath by responding. I'm pretty sure that didn't finish him off, and as soon as Bardock landed back down below, he then went on to address Monaito by telling him, Monaito, use this chance to get as far away as you can. I'll slow Gas down. Listen to me. The two of you have to stay alive. To whereas once again Gas was shown having to re-enter the battle and being shown not having to take any damage at all, that was when Gas went on to smile in Bardock's face by telling him, you cannot escape me. There's not even a scratch on you, Bardock says. What a monster. I'm going to end this now, Gas responds. I cannot afford to
I haven't
have
blocked
a
anyone yet.
lose faith in me, not here. And he ordered me to handle this without any
I think if you
delay.
block people,
As Gas
it's just that
preparing
they
himself
can't
into a battle against
message
Bardock
you, but I don't know
one-on-one, was
if it
only
blocks
right
you
then and there
from
during that
being
moment where
able
Dragon
to
Ball
match with
Super
them.
Manga chapter number 82 then comes to a close. Now, it would only now appear as though despite Goku being the only one that's left conscious in fighting against Gas, Goku's now beginning to see that he can't beat Gas alone, with Whis now having to remind him that he does in fact possess the power within himself to get the job done, but he's going to have to remember who he is and adapt a different version of Ultra Instinct to overcome the said enemy he is fighting. Otherwise, if he doesn't manage to figure something out soon, then Gas is simply going to shred everybody apart on the planet, in which to find the answers as to how Bardock was able to defeat Gas 40 years ago, it only now appears as though we're going to be getting our answers courtesy of his old scouter, as we only from that point move on to Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 83, with Gas being shown creating a mace and anticipating on what Bardock's next move was going to be, as with Bardock shown having to stand in the front line in defending both Monaito and Granola, as rightfully so with Monaito being shown having
long
to
as you don't
fear
get
for his
Broly
own
next round,
life
you
as
have a high
well as
chance.
the life of Granola. It was from that point on where Monaito went on to address Bardock by telling him, Bardock will take what fate hands us. You've done enough, he says. There's no reason for you to lay down your life here. Run and save yourself," with Bardock asking, What? That's crazy." As Gas went on to chime in, "I should mention, you could flee right now, but the Saiyans aren't fated to last much longer anyway." "Oh yeah?" Bardock asks. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, nothing much," Gas responds. "Just something I heard from Elect." "I've heard enough cryptic crap out of you," Bardock shouts. "It's you and your gang who've got no future," Bardock shouts. As it was only right then and there where we get to see how Bardock had gone in throwing an energy blast directly at Gas, as with Gas being shown having to be quick enough in getting out of the way, and from there going as far as to use that exact mace that he had just created as a means of having to now swing that directly down on Bardock. Bardock from that point on had no other choice but to block it, but even then, as soon as Gas's mace had gone in making contact with Bardock, we only then get to see how the sheer force of this collision alone was not only strong enough in causing Bardock's entire body to shake, but from that point on, Bardock had gone in spitting out blood, as of course he was doing his best in trying to stabilize himself for the time being, until it was during this collision where Bardock had gone and grabbing onto the mace, and from there being shown having to throw Gas up in the air, which inevitably had launched Gas deep into the Cerulean Forest, as Bardock went on to turn towards Monaito by shouting, "Listen closely, this is my fight now, you two are in the way, so get out of here!" To where as soon as Bardock from that point on had gone in making his way towards the forest, instead of getting out of dodge, Monaito instead had decided to just stand there, as we then observe how both Bardock and Gas are now further engaging within the forest, as with Gas appearing to now be annoyed by this, that's when Gas went on to tell him, "Your blows feel like pinpricks against my kaching. Enough of these irritating sorry excuse for attacks," he shouts. "I said enough!" To where it was from that point on where we get to see how Gas's body was beginning to swell, and using somewhat of an electric attack and shocking Bardock in place, which from there had gone and causing Bardock to hit the ground below. That's when Gas went on to tell him, "I cannot afford to waste any more time on you. You wouldn't mind if I unleash a bit of my inner nature, would you?" As it was during this moment where we get to see how Monaito had finally listened to Bardock in having to run and make his way back home, as he was not only shown having to place Granola's unconscious body on the bed, but he had also gone in searching for the Cerulean Dragon Balls, to where as soon as Monaito had found them, he then went on to respond, "Using the Dragon Balls for our own benefit is forbidden, but it should be okay if my wish helps someone from another planet," he says. As all the while with Monaito trying to make up his mind, the dumbass, we then get to see how Bardock was getting smashed within the Cerulean Forest, as Gas wasn't only shown having to punch Bardock's scouter off of his head, but he further went on to send Bardock flying, as Bardock from that point went on to stand back up by responding, "Ah, damn it, so your kind can adjust their power levels, huh? Oh, this is far from the full extent of the power."
On you, bro. You want? Okay. 0, 4.
Slumbering within me, Gas says, "I suppose you've lost the will to fight back now," with Bardock responding, "Heh, you wish. Nothing gets my blood pumping like a powerful foe," he adds. But even then, Gas had enough, because he thinks that Bardock is taking him for a fool, which inevitably resulted in Gas being shown having to dash directly towards Bardock and kicking him in the stomach by telling him, "Enough!" which from that point on, now Gas was shown being in complete control of this battle, because as soon as he was then shown having to double axe handle Bardock's body into the distance, it was only after Bardock's body had gone and smashing into the cliffside where we then get to see how the Cerulean Dragon Tarambo was shown in the distance, as Monaito had used this opportunity in summoning Tarambo and making a wish, as Tarambo went on to ask, "State your wish. If it's within my power, your single wish is my command," with Monaito responding, "Send Bardock back to his home planet," he says. As with the dragon shown patiently waiting, Bardock all the while is getting stomped out by Gas within the forest. As there really doesn't appear to be any sign of Bardock having to bounce back from this, it was only during that moment where Tarambo went on to contact Bardock by telling him, "Hear me, Bardock, it is Monaito's wish that I should transport you to your home planet Vegeta." What? Bardock says? Whose voice is this? "I am the wish-granting dragon known as Tarambo." As with Gas having to oversee that Bardock seemingly enough is now talking to himself, he appears to be a bit confused by this, as Gas went on to ask, who is he speaking to? But then, it was only after having to spot the dragon for himself where Gas went on to ask, what is that? As lo and behold, finally Tarambo had an answer, as Tarambo went on to tell Monaito,
Alright,
"I
Mac,
am
no
afraid
problem.
he has refused." What? Monaito asks? As we then go back to Bardock, who is shown once again attempting to attack Gas, that's when Bardock went on to clench his fist by responding, "A Saiyan would rather die than run from an enemy," he shouts. As Bardock from that point on was shown having to make contact with Gas having to block it, there seemed to have appeared to be a bit of hope
streamed
for
for like
Bardock
over
during
6
that
hours
moment,
today.
as Gas went on to respond, "Your
3 hours
attacks
earlier
very
and 3
tickle,
hours
like
and
I
22 minutes
said,"
tonight.
Gas shouts, as he then followed
So
up
far.
by being shown having to kick Bardock in the sky, to where as soon as Bardock had once again fallen back down on the ground, we then see how instead of Tarambo contacting Bardock, it was now Monaito, as Monaito went on to tell him, "Listen, Bardock, so it's you this time, Monaito?" Bardock asks. "I sure wish you wouldn't put voices in my head. You showed your real moral fiber by saving us back there," Monaito says, "but that was more than enough. I've got no doubt that the kindness in your heart is going to save someone else someday. That's why you need to live," he shouts. "Sorry, but I don't take orders from anyone," Bardock adds, "and I'm not leaving this place until I've beaten him." "What's it going to take to make you see reason?" Monaito asks. "Fine, then tell me, is there any other wish that I could make for you? I'm just trying to help you," with Bardock responding, "What's this all about anyway? Are you making a wish on a shooting star or something?" "But sure, I'd wish that my sons, plural, Goku and Raditz, end up thriving." As from that point on, once again through sheer determination alone, Bardock was shown having to once again dash in attacking Gas again, as all the while in the distance, all of the commotion caused had seemingly gathered the Heater's attention, to where as soon as Oil was then shown turning around, that's when Oil went on to comment, "This is really dragging on. I guess Gas has met his match? Hey," Maki says, "what's that weird glow over there?"
Yeah, we got a
"Huh?
Vegeta.
I don't know," Oil says. "That isn't even
As long as
where
we
the
get 2
fight's
level
going
3s, we
down,
should be
but
good.
it is near the old Namekian's hut."
The 2
Oleg
level 3s beat up
says.
Vegeta
Whereas
and
the two
everyone else
Dragon
Time
Balls were
Machine.
then
He
shown
should be
having
good.
to split off in the sky, that's when Oil went on to respond, "I wish for tasty food. I wish for tasty food. I wish for quit it, you idiot," Maki says. "Those probably aren't shooting stars." "I'm curious now," Alex says. "Let me check it out. You two go ahead and prep to greet Frieza's ship." "Sure," says Maki Oil. "Yeah, he has the right idea," Monaito goes on to say to himself. "A wish is a way to create hope for the future. Selfish wishes can only bring about doom. And I was about to make a grave mistake," he adds.
Well,
"I'm meant
what
to
a nice
protect
spot
what
you've
hope we've
chosen for
got
your
left
grave."
with all I've got," he adds.
So, who wants to die next? What a bunch of wimps.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Oh no! Thank you! Thank you!
Where the hell is William?
Thanks.
Guy's over there. He's close to DNC.
Flying Nimbus! You found a power key. Go slot it. Holy hell.
Got me. Oh, I got saved, bro. Right when he was about to kill me, Vegeta or Nappa killed him.
Where's my thank you?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I don't know where this D key is. Do you have anyone have a power key radar? Head to D. You gotta start planting some keys. Mac, you're in E.
Flying Nimbus!
We're gonna head to A.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
So we need to find that D key.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Job done. Del, you're in D, set that D key. Mac, where you at? Mac, run. He's in your area. No, you're fighting him? Alright, I'm gonna head to C.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think
Del, head to C
before
or
rushing
D.
in.
Mac, I'm gonna set this C key. So, unfortunately, can't save you right now.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're
Coming,
done.
bro. Oh, he's capping your body.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
fight. Come for the fight. Come for the fight. Come for the fight.
Oh man.
Look at that death walk.
Holy hell.
Got the Vegeta gloves.
Gallic gun!
Good job, guys.
Impossible.
Who? Del? GG.
What happened?
Unfortunately, Mac, you got KO'd earlier. We got the W.
Wait, Kirby wants to come back.
As once again, when going back to Gas and Bardock, Gas was then shown having to fire several energy blasts directly at Bardock, with Bardock shown having to fly backwards in his best attempts of having to avoid them, but unfortunately enough for Bardock, these attacks actually had gone in making contact to where there was no other way to better describe this outside of Bardock literally being dragged all throughout the forest, because as soon as Bardock's body had gone tumbling and bumbling around within it, to his own horror, Bardock had then seen how multiple energy blasts were then being shown having to make its way towards him, as they had finally gone and making contact as Gas had went on to float on down below and touching the ground, to where as soon as the dust and smoke began to settle, that was when Gas had noticed that in fact Bardock was indeed still alive, which really went on to irritate Gas that much more, as Gas went on to comment, "You've overstayed your welcome." As from that point on, Gas did not waste any more time, so instead, he decided to walk on over and grabbing onto Bardock's tail, and from there being shown swinging Bardock and slamming his body on the ground over and over and over again, which of course, if you're probably asking, Gas already knows that indeed the Saiyans can transform into giant grade apes, so what Gas had attempted to do was to actually do his best in doing what he
Mac,
could
it's
to
all good,
get
homie.
Bardock's
Don't let the game
tail
stress
off,
you out
because
too
as
much,
soon as
man.
he had gone and from there having to
I know you're
hold
S
Bardock's
class.
tail and Spartan kicking Bardock in the
Take a breather,
spine,
bro.
it was within that moment where we finally got to see
But
how indeed
they need to
Gas
fix
had
Broly in the
managed
next
to rip
update.
Bardock's
He's
tail off.
overpowered,
With
honestly.
Bardock now being in such a vulnerable state, that's when
He
Gas
should not have
decided to
key
tell him,
sense.
"No more giant ape form for you now. It's over, Saiyan. Prepare to die. And Gas indeed did not waste any time following this, because as soon as Gas had gone to once again create another weapon which just so happens to be that of a spear, it was during this point in time where Gas had already assumed victory, and from there being shown throwing the spear directly at Bardock, in which Bardock had no means of escaping this, but to Bardock's shock as well as my own, out of nowhere, Monaito had gone in stepping in front of Bardock, and from there being shown having to take the spear head on as the spear had gone in impaling his shoulder. This was probably the first time that Monaito's character was ever shown having to be actually useful, as even Bardock himself went on to put this into question by asking, why'd you? Sorry about before, Monaito says, but now I'm ready to protect Granola, no matter what. So do me a favor and win this one for us, Bardock.
You gotta keep Boo at level 2,
Find
find the keys fast as
blood
possible.
was beginning to boil, the last thing that Gas had said before having to go absolutely berserk was, at every turn, you two just insist on disrupting my work. As both Monaito and Bardock could not believe as to what Gas had just done, but before they could even react, Gas had already gone in, swooping on in his attempts of having to punch Monaito, but instead Gas ends up grazing Bardock in the spine again, as Bardock had jumped in the way in saving Monaito, which once again proved to be effortless because Monaito's body had gone in crashing into the cliffside, as Bardock went on to shout for his name, but before he could even do anything, Gas had already gone in grabbing Bardock by the throat and hoisting him up by telling him, the Namekian you sought to protect is gone, and I will soon track down and kill the child. As you die, know that you have failed to protect anyone. That's not your call to make, Bardock says, and I'm not dying before I...
Ha ha! I
Let me
found
restart my OBS real quick. 1 second.
Hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
I hear you,
Think
Mac.
before rushing in.
It's not looking good.
Flying Nimbus!
Going that way too.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
God, bro.
Get up! I owe you one.
There's the key.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I'm sitting at D key. Anyone wants to go to E. Joku, if you have the power key right there, go to A and B.
down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I need help!
Good job.
Thanks!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
We'll survive the take this.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? An ally needs your help.
Stay calm!
You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I sent you a super transfer.
You're
You need
done!
to hold the enemy back. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for
Special
enemies.
beam cannon!
Hit him with that special beam. Yeah, that hit. Goku, save us. Oh, he's coming after you. Fuck.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Did we get any supplies from the south? Any dragon balls? Nothing?
I owe you one!
Somebody's down!
I'm going to take
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I'm going to turn
So we need to drop it.
I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then. This is bad. Somebody's down.
Got better things to do!
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Don't worry, I'll be quick about it.
I guess it's up to me!
Send another super transfer. Take it and survive this.
Kamehameha! Kamehameha!
Escape time machine's almost pressed. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated.
We got hold, bro. We got hold. Yeah, you're doing good. Mac, you're doing good. Everyone to come back.
I've beaten you. As we then see how Bardock had opened up his palm and being shown having to create what seemingly looked as though an energy blast. As soon as the energy blast itself had gone and making contact and creating a massive explosion, at first Gas didn't seem fazed by this, as through the smoke we then see how Bardock had gone and swooping on in and being shown having to punch Gas in the face in repeatedly attacking Gas over and over and over again until it was from there where Bardock was shown having to kick Gas out in the distance to remind you this is supposed to be Gas's 100% full power, and as a means of actually having to protect someone, Bardock was able to hold his own momentarily. That is, of course, until Gas had gone and powering up once again, as Gas went on to ask him, what did you hope to achieve? Why fight a battle you can't win? Is this atonement as you face death? Are you atoning for the sins of all Saiyans by protecting the child? No, Bardock says. Revenge, then. Giving into your rage over us killing the Namekian and the Cerelian women? Wrong again, Bardock tells Gas. Then why? Why fight? What is running through your skull as you do battle? Gas shouts. To where within that moment, as Gas was shown having to charge directly at Bardock, all of a sudden there appeared to be a mysterious aura that had enveloped Bardock's body, to where Bardock was in fact able to from that point on stop Gas's attack. With Gas being taken back by this completely, that's when Bardock went on to ask him, isn't it obvious by now? In a life and death battle, what sort of idiot would think about anything less besides victory? To where once again, through sheer focus and determination, Bardock had gone in punching Gas directly in the stomach with such tremendous amounts of force that Gas was at this point appearing to be hurt. As this was the opportunity that Bardock was looking for, that's when he went on to tell Gas, I fight when there's an enemy I want to beat down. Nothing more to it, he says. To where as Bardock was then shown having to place his hand on Gas's stomach, Bardock from that point on had gone in blasting Gas into the distance, with Gas visibly being shown having to clutch onto his stomach. That's when he went on to respond, how are you doing this? You Saiyans have no ascended states besides the great ape. You're ignorant, Bardock says, and that's my fault? Nah. See, we Saiyans have a way of growing and evolving every time we push past our limits, he says. That's absurd, Gas shouts. I represent a limit that no lonely Saiyan can surpass. I cannot be, he shouts, and as soon as Bardock had once again gone in kicking and punching Gas in the face, as all the while with the Elec having to observe this, it was clear at this point that Bardock had gained the advantage in being the one that was now fully in control of this battle, as Elec went on to comment, he went and let his inner nature loose, as right before Gas could do anything more in clutching onto his head, with Bardock being shown having to float above him, he had then gone in creating an energy blast, as Bardock went on to shout, I'm ending this, which indeed Bardock had, because the moment Bardock had gone in firing this gigantic blast down on Gas, this blast alone had overtaken Gas completely, to where as the smoke and the dust began to settle, the once known berserker state that we have just seen Gas in was no longer there. So instead, Gas had now reverted back down to his little form as he was laid out within the crater below, with Bardock also being shown having to be extremely exhausted in hitting the ground below. It was only from that point on where out of nowhere Elec had gone in making his presence known, by from there being shown having to step forward and touching on down in front of Gas by responding, I didn't think you'd lose control after unleashing yourself. A real shame. We'll have to double down on training, he says. As right before he had gone in picking his brother up, he had then gone to notice that Bardock was in fact
I'll play until you guys want to stop.
Job, Joe.
If there's anyone else who wants to join, let me know. I'll give you the room key.
Got a few people watching.
Someone save me! Thanks.
Hey, great! You found another
Raiders and
power
E.
key. Use it quick. Great! You know what to do with that
Flying
key.
Nimbus!
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Got the heck out of this. Well, if you're still at E goals, yeah, I'm gonna go set that E key. So you have the power key right there. Go to D keys. The Raiders in E and A around that area.
Holy hell. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Matt and Joki, you can set that D key. I'm in E right now.
I need help! Thanks!
He's camping deep. Mac, you and I have time patrollers duty, so we gotta go in. I'm gonna head there right now.
Flying Nimbus!
Yeah, he's camping up. I'm going in. I'm going in.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I hit him with the stun and death ball, but it didn't work. No, he's camping. He knows where the key is.
Yeah, this guy is a little bitch, bro. Well, he's destroying the area, so the escape time machine will come. He didn't make it to level 3. And someone come revive me, please.
The startup system for the super time machine
His
is ready.
Joku's down too.
Head there now.
They're right beside me. Del and Mac, run! Save Joku first. Save Joku first. No, save the other guy. Oh, this guy's trolling. This guy's trolling. Are you seeing this?
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. A super transfer is headed your way.
This guy sat there and let us
Take it
die.
now. The startup system's under attack.
So we could take our souls.
It's dangerous. So
Freaking,
tread
what's his
carefully
name?
if you want to get
Shang
closer.
Tsung from
The
Mortal
startup
Kombat.
system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Yo, Joker, we got hold, bro.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Grab those creeps, Del. Right there. Right in front of you, on the mountain. See the beacon? Turn around. Turn around, turn around. Keep turning. Right there, straight. This is fire.
Holy hell.
Go hop on the time machine. I see you're learning Insta Rise with the
Holy hell.
grapple. That's a good one. It's a good combination. Use your special.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost threat. You need to get to the beacon that's indicated by the blue line. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Mac, don't let them leave you. Me and Del got KO'd.
Broly is just broken.
If you'd only chosen death, you could have avoided more suffering. The end is nigh.
Nah, he was camping that D key. If we got to set that D key, we would have won. Guaranteed.
I went backwards. I was close to S1.
All right, Mac, have a good night. Appreciate you dropping by. I'll see you later. If there's anyone else who wants to play, let me know. I'll give you the room key. We're playing Dragon Ball The Breakers, in case anyone wants to know.
Got disconnected.
Yo, Joker, I'm gonna put the room key back if you want to play again.
You're sure? Shadow?
Squirming down on the ground, and yet again still being shown having to be alive, with the leg asking he's still alive? Really? I thought you were loyal to Frieza, Bardock says. When it comes to business, there's the hand that you show and the hand that you don't, Alex says. Speaking of, your kind doesn't even know what Frieza is really planning, right? Uh-huh. What? Bardock asks. You Saiyans are such gullible saps. While you're in a daze playing catch-up, don't be surprised if a meteor drops on your head. Of course, alluding to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, that's when Bardock went on to stand back up by responding, explain. What do you mean? Wouldn't you like to know, Alex says? Well, how about... nah. To where, shockingly enough, as soon as Lek had gone and drawing his gun and blasting Bardock in the shoulder, that was when Bardock's body had gone and falling off of the cliff and down into another forest below, to where Alex seemed to be annoyed by this, as Alec responds, I missed. As he had then gone and walking towards the edge, as right before having to fire down below, all of a sudden he then had a radio message from Maki and Oil, as Alec went on to ask, what, Maki? Frieza's ship is incoming, get your butt over here, she says.
You got 5 out of 8 players so far.
I'll be right there, Alec says. But right before actually doing so, Alec had gone and firing multiple shots down within the forest, and doing what he could in his best attempts at having to kill Bardock, to where just before Alec had left, that's when he went on to respond, whatever. He doesn't need my help to die after all of that anyway. And as soon as Alec had gone and grabbing gas and then having to leave, Bardock's body was shown on the floor. He's hurt, he's injured. There seemingly appears to be no way that Bardock could have possibly survived this until Monai Monaito was shown having to emerge from the rubble and slowly making his way towards Bardock, in which as he did, it was Monaito's duty to actually do something about it, as Monaito went on to respond, "Where's Bardock? There, Bardock, are you still alive?" "I'd ask you the same thing, Monaito," Bardock says. "Takes more than that to put a Namekian down," Monaito claims. "You don't say. Good. I take it that the Cerulean kid is okay too?" "Yep," Monaito says. "He is. Those thugs left us for dead and headed off," he claims. "You've won the battle, Bardock." And as Bardock's scouter was then shown having to slowly shut down, as it was only then during that moment where Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 83 entitled Gas vs. Bardock 2 then comes to a close. Now, it only now appears as though Gas seemingly doesn't have the resolve within himself in order to complete a fight and see it all the way through, because it almost appeared as though Gas was asking Bardock for some kind of form of validation in questioning Bardock as to what exactly he is fighting for, only for Bardock to tell Gas that, "Hey, I'm just simply fighting to win, and I'm going to do everything within my own ability to see this through even if I die." It was only during these events where we now enter Dragon Ball Super Manga chapter number 84, with Bardock's scouter now being shown turning off its recording, with both Goku, Vegeta, and Monaito left baffled by the recording that was left behind by Bardock's scouter, with Goku now having to put everything that he had just overheard now into question. That's when Monaito went on to comment, "Bardock left this planet as soon as he was on his feet again, and only his scouter was left behind." As it was during Monaito's comments where Goku had come into his own by remembering what had happened when he was a baby, and now having to take us all the way back to when Bardock actually had returned back home to Guinea, we from there see how an infant Goku was able to open his eyes in seeing his father battle damaged right before his mother. Goku was from this point on slowly but surely beginning to remember both of his parents, as a very battle-damaged and bloody Bardock had walked on over to the incubation pod and putting his hand over the glass and smiling. Goku in fact does appear as though he has very vague memories of these moments before having to fall asleep, as before having to do so, we also then see how Bardock had left his house after having to recover in basically partaking
time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Welcome.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You see the radar go? About to set the C key. Heading to B.
Flying Nimbus!
It looks like he's in B.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Do it again? Oh yeah, they can steal the keys, I forgot. You got a power key right there? Go to If you can't find E, just go to A and then D.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Okay, so the A key was found. Head to D and E.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Heading towards D right now. You're in C. Press start. Press start on your map so you can see the outline. Yeah. Move it. But no, press start. Yeah, there you go. So you can see better.
Yep.
Where you go. Go looking for this D key. It might be underwater.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Okay, so we found all the keys. We just have to set them. Getting D key right now. Mac and Del go to A or E.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, or retreat if you need to. Got it?
You're done!
You go! Damn!
Faster! Come on! Your evil deeds end here! Take on! Give it up already. Get up! Increasing output.
Take my drinks and go.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Gone! No! Now, out of my way! I only want.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Give it up already. Are you finished already?
Oh, yeah!
I got executed.
Here
Yep,
comes a
I
pain!
went right back down.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous. Stay carefully if you want to get closer.
I've had enough of this. I'm activating Cellmax. Enough of this foolishness.
Doctor!
Stupid Resident.
All right.
I'll take care of them, but I need you to buy me some time.
Sure hope I'm safe
For
now.
a super transfer. Be careful with it. Should make it easier to deal with this. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
She's gonna grab the canister. Goku. It's up to you, homie.
No, save me! I have to breathe!
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's
Pickle's
almost
trash,
trapped.
so.
You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
"42 seconds."
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
Bro, too big time in the water. All good.
in one of his final missions before Planet Vegeta's destruction, with additional flashbacks being shown of Gine having to partake in housework, and even going as far as to show Goku's final moments with his parents on Planet Vegeta before having to be sent off to Earth. It would only now appear as though Goku does seem to vaguely remember all of these events as they had occurred, as similar to the moments seen during the events of Dragon Ball Super Broly with Bardock and Gine having to send Goku to Earth. Goku is now beginning to remember each and every single
If anyone else wants to join, let me know. I'll give you the link.
Back within the present, as Goku remembers how he was sent off Planet Vegeta, that's when Goku went on to comment, "Vegeta, I feel like I finally understand what Saiyan Pride is about, or rather, I remember what it's about along with my dad's face. The thing is, I haven't had total faith in my power," he says. "I've lost sight of it as well," Vegeta responds. "My burden is not the sins of all Saiyans, but our people's pride," he says. "Why did it have to be your father of all people who helped me realize this?" Vegeta asks. And to think that you and Raditz survived when you were young because of a wish on the Dragon Balls. That's not fair," Vegeta shouts. "Wishing for you to thrive and all," Vegeta asks. "Who ever heard of such pampered Saiyans? Well, how about the way you pamper and spoil bra, huh? One has nothing to do with the other," Vegeta shouts. Bardock Monaito comments, "What a funny way for your will to be passed down," he says. "A people's pride is about atoning for sins of the past," he says. "And it ain't about taking revenge, it's about accepting your nature and sticking to your convictions. And that's true of any tribe out there," Monaito adds. "Over here, you two. Let me patch you up a bit before Gas gets back." "Thank you," Vegeta says. "Yeah, thanks again," Goku comments. "But first, your clothes," Monaito says.
We've been streaming for 4 hours and 23 minutes.
This was the last
I think this has been the longest stream ever. Congratulations to everyone who's still here.
"Could I just have my original outfit back? I can't get used to
My
this."
eyes are
Jack
burning right now.
responds, "What? You don't want to dress how Bardock once did?" Monaito asks. But even then, all the while as this was going on, deep within outer space, we then venture on back in seeing Gas speedboats his way back onto planet Sorel. As you can see the anger on Gas's face in the fact that he was played by Goku and being left behind this entire time. It was only as Gas was making his way back onto the planet where he then had discovered Goku and Vegeta's chi signature, and from that very moment on having to announce that he had finally locked onto them, as he was not looking to waste any more time by flying through space to get to planet Sorel. So what Gas ends up doing instead is, within the blink of an eye, Gas ends up using instant transmission and smashing his way down onto the planet, which, mind you, ironically enough had occurred right in front of Monaito's house. And the moment Goku and Vegeta had gone to sense this, they both knew exactly what they were about to be in for, because it was basically going to be a do or die moment, with Gas being shown slowly having to stand up and staring directly into Monaito's house, because Gas knew that all of the parties that he was looking to destroy, including both Monaito and Granola, were inside of his house, as he was basically now ready for war. It was only then where Gas went on to comment, "Get out here, Saiyans," and with Oil having to spot Gas, that's when he went on to radio back to Maki by telling her, "Yo, Maki, Gas is back. He's at the hut." "Oh, sooner than we thought," Maki says. "What now, Alec?" Maki asks. "Let's move the ship over that way," Alec says, "but only within view of the battle and not too close." And with Oil shown having to rush towards Gas, that's when Oil went on to shout, "Hey there, brother, how you feeling?" "I'm feeling like I just wasted too much time," Gas responds. "Tell Alec that I'll be finished here shortly." "Okay," Oil says. "Good luck. We'll have a tasty meal waiting for you," he says. As it was only then where we get to see how both Goku and Vegeta were slowly emerging from the shadows within, with both shown having to slowly make their way and walking outside of Monaito's house, and now having to
as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
I need
An
help!
ally needs your help! We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Thanks! Someone save me!
Let's pay them a visit.
You be careful too, okay?
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Careful now. This won't be like before, and I won't be gentle. Thank you. Oh.
What's the big idea?
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Break.
Why you destroyed B?
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Someone! You have my thanks. Holy hell.
Bro, what the fuck? Hey, nah, Bulma shit didn't work, bro. Nah, Bulma's charge did not work.
If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
little pieces.
You have the esteemed
I got KO.
privilege of being the first to see my next form. Rejoice!
You gotta be kidding me!
I owe you one.
That was intense.
Stay calm. Stay calm. You bastard!
Yeah, this guy's watching the stream. This is stream snipe. This is what you call a stream sniper. This is a stream sniper. Am I getting sniped, bro? Shot, yo, am I getting sniped? I got sniped.
How did you find me?
Yo, Bing. I do not know.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme
You guys,
caution if you're going to help
we got stream sniped, guys.
I apologize for the wait.
We got stream first
Shall
time
we
ever.
begin round two?
I appreciate it though. Thank you for watching.
Actually, I'm not gonna let this guy watch me. Watch though.
No, don't watch me. Do you see what's going on?
Well, I'm KO'd. I can't see shit. You're
Oh,
only
you're
dead.
spectating me, and he's spectating you, but spectating me.
Dude, I just keep what do you call it? I keep switching.
The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it?
Goku, you still alive?
You like bastard! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
I apologize for the wait. Shall we begin round 2?
We have to wait for Joker to come. 48 seconds.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
I apologize for the wait. Shall we begin round 2? I owe you one.
I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience adrenaline.
Welcome.
You're gonna have to sacrifice yourself, dog. Or get that escape time machine.
Like no other. I intend to rid the universe of every last one of you.
Might be getting stream sniped right now.
I've
Hurry
set
up.
the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon,
Good job,
you
Doc.
can call it again.
If you're stream sniping, you're a loser, bro. Straight fire to your bomba clot.
Confront Gas for themselves, you can almost kind of feel the tension emanating from the page as Gas went on to smile by
But in the
responding,
meantime, between
I
time,
assumed you would have
still
run
got
off
the
by
granola arc.
now. It's you and your gang who are gonna leave, Goku says. Leave? We plan to as soon as we've slaughtered
We got a few
you
more
two,
matches before we
Gas
call it a night.
says. I want to defeat this one, Vegeta says, even if it kills me. How about you, he asks. Well, I'm not letting you have all of the fun, Vegeta. Fine. We'll fight together then, he says. In which, as both of their auras are now beginning to emanate, Gas went on to ask, I'll be the one to end this, Goku says. Not on my watch, Vegeta responds. As it was only then, right then and there, within that moment, both Goku and Vegeta were shown having to unleash their most powerful godly transformations in what is without question one of the absolutely best pages that we've seen thus far within the Granola arc in witnessing these two transform in their own unique way, because as we see the way Vegeta is transformed transforming and looking very ferocious in his approach, Goku on the other hand appears to be very calm in the way he's transforming, but at the same time, he appears to look very serious and very in tune to what's about to happen going forward against Gas, as even Gas himself cannot seem to believe this, and I love the way Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego's auras are merging together in this, because in a similar like fashion, the way Goku had unleashed Ultra Instinct against Moro 7-3 during the event of the Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc, both of their auras are not only shown having to envelop the entire landscape, but at the same time, the sheer intensity and magnitude of their auras having to combine is even being shown having to be thrust up into the sky, as even with the heaters themselves having to observe from their ship, even they themselves cannot seem to believe this, and one can only imagine as to what this moment would look like once it's animated within the Dragon Ball Super anime, because the very moment Vegeta and Goku had now come into their own in unleashing both Mastered Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego onto the surface, the heaters cannot believe this, as Maki went on to shout, well, what sort of forms are they using now? That Goku guy is using Super Duper Instinct, and Vegeta's got his massive ego boost thing, I think? Like, I give a crap about the names, Maki says. I'm asking if they're strong or not. Oh, yeah, Oil says, for sure, real strong. And with the Lek eerily quiet, that's when Gas went on to ask, you intend to face me together? Saiyans are as mindless as ever, I see. You still fail to comprehend that such a strategy will not matter given the gulf between us? No, Goku says, you're the one who doesn't get it. Oh? Yeah, it's got nothing to do with our odds of victory, Vegeta says. What drives us now is the sheer desire to win. As this was it, with both Goku and Vegeta now going on to make their first move and being the ones to dash at Gas directly, Gas quickly got into fighting position in anticipating both of their attacks as Vegeta and Goku came rushing on in, as the very moment both Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Ego Vegeta had gone in making contact by striking Gas, not only was it interesting to see Gas actually be able to hold his position in standing his ground, but he also within that moment had gone in demonstrating to be exactly what he had claimed to be, which is that of being the strongest mortal within Universe 7, in showing no signs of pain, no signs of struggle, nor even signs of anger. He actually went as far as to stand his ground by blocking off both of their attacks with simply one arm, without even having to show any expression on his face, and going as far as to tell us, the reader, that yeah, Houston, we have a major problem here, because despite how strong Goku and Vegeta may potentially be right now, the fact still stands that as they went on to attack Gas, Gas simply had just stood there, as neither Goku or Vegeta during that moment were even able to make him budge, as the very moment how we then see how both Ultra Ego Vegeta and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone and breaking away, the first individual between the two having to be shown taking any sort of action was in fact Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku, in which as Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku had gone in attempting to kick Gas, interestingly enough to I believe the shock of everyone, Gas was actually cognitively aware of everything that was about to transpire, because before Goku could successfully land any sort of strike on Gas, Gas was actually fast enough in having to duck in avoiding Goku's strike, which from a power scaling speed perspective is a very impressive feat to see Gas perform with, because we are talking about a much stronger Goku than we've ever seen before, and with Goku being shown having to attack him, Gas was actually fast enough in being able to avoid even the strongest form that Goku is currently wielding, with both Goku and Vegeta being shown having to circle around Gas and attacking him simultaneously. The moment Vegeta had gone in attempting to do the exact same thing, Gas had ended up repeating this by leaning on back and avoiding Ultra Ego Vegeta's punch, which again, from a speed feats perspective, is a very impressive thing to see Gas actually utilize here, because not only is Gas now dealing with one mega level warrior, but in fact he's dealing with two at the exact same time, in which the moment Goku was shown having to dash back in and assisting Vegeta with Vegeta having to step on back, Goku had again attempted in creating somewhat of an offensive tactic in trying to get the better of Gas while Vegeta had leapt up in the air, because as Gas was in the moment and having to fight off Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku from above, Vegeta was making his way towards Gas in his attempts of having to double axe handle him, but even while being shown having
super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, Then place them in the right spots.
Where is everyone? Oh no! Thanks.
I'm grateful.
He's gonna come here next. We gotta beat him up. No, you went different way.
Welcome.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh, man.
Joke, I'm trying to save you, bro. Joe's got you. Joe can't find no keys.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Hear me?
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Got the E key.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
If anyone has a power key radar, you can jump them at level 2. You find that B key.
I'm grateful.
Everyone has to be.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Right there, time machine. Oh, no, jumping. Oh, fuck, I fell.
Welcome. Thank you.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Oh my gosh. Got me. Right when I pressed R1.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I'll send some supplies to help.
Go,
Make
go,
good
go,
use
go.
of them.
Go hide, go hide, go hide.
Snap out of there!
Get up! I owe you one.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Welcome. Thank you.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
This guy's coming after me. Go to the time machine. He's coming after me. Go to the time machine.
Bastard.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Too close.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Too close for comfort. Uh-oh. Transform!
That one guy, you need to go to the time machine, bro.
Somebody's down. Exercise
This
extreme
other guy,
caution if
he's
you're
just
going to help
standing here
them.
doing nothing. Black kick stun guy. He could have won. He just. Oh, we got it. Good game, guys.
This is impossible!
Alright guys, I'm gonna end the stream now. We've been streaming for 5 hours. It's 2:53 a.m. Gotta go to bed now. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who stayed this long. I appreciate it. Shout out to Joku, Del, Super Saiyan, and Mac. And everyone who's still watching. Have yourself a good night. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. That being said, peace.